Okay, someone needs to explain this one to me.
Any woman who wears perfume and passes by men who could smell this fragrance from her, she is a zaniyah.
Zina is cheating on your husband, and it's one of the worst crimes you could do in the religion, right after murder and associating to God. Now you're telling me that a fair and a just God is going to treat a girl who put some perfume on as bad as somebody who cheated on their spouse? I don't know how you women in Sunnism is still accepting this nonsense. Don't you see that the Quran is beautiful and those books want to treat you like a donkey?
It's such a beautiful day. Hi, lady. Horse.
Okay, someone needs to explain this one to me.
Any
Hey, you infidel. Come, take this. Abdul, what's up, bro? How's it going? Hello, Bukhari Hadith rejector. So I'm guessing you still haven't accepted Bukhari, the savior of Islam, have you? No, obviously not. It's nonsense. Wallah, you're crazy. So what are you doing here? What's going on? Me, I am passing away free Quran to the infidels here in the park. Maybe they don't go to hell. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, the Quran that you like to interpret on your own without a sheikh, as if you can understand the Quran. So wait a minute. The people in the park, when you give them the Quran, they can understand it. Yet me and you can't understand it on our own. So why are you giving them the book? Hey, you infidel.
Hi, Mr. Westman. Do you see this amazing book? It's called the Quran. It has all the secrets of life. It will make your life so much better. You become the best version of yourself. Here, read it. Enjoy. See what you like. It's a free copy. Oh, what's that? You would like to be a Muslim? Just repeat after me. Ashhadu anna la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Welcome to the club. By the way, there's these 10 books. They're called Sahih Bukhari. You read them and you better accept them. And if you want to leave now, we'll kill you. Hi, Mr. Westman. Hi, Mr. Westman.
Ali Dawah, are you that messed up in your head? You claim that you put the full debate, yet it's missing. And the part that you chose to trim was me quoting God's verses to prove my position.
The Prophet ﷺ doesn't know how to write.
وقالوا أساطير الأولين اكتتبها فهي تملى عليه بكرة وأصيلا.
No.
Are you concealing the truth while you know it? You yourself, you said you don't know the Quran well, yet you're debating about the Quran?
Muhammad, can you quote the Quran?
Yeah, some of it.
Like in Arabic.
Alhamdulillah.
It's quite,
Okay, so why are you debating me if you don't know the Quran? You're calling me a Quranist and you don't know the Quran. So why are you here?
And that's my point.
Don't you know what's the most uncomfortable or hated thing to the believer? Are those that argue without knowledge or without a clear book or without guidance, which is clearly what you admitted. Stay in your lane, YouTuber. Ali Dawah.
Peace. How's everyone doing? Why am I looking so white? Let's fix that. Now I look good. How's everyone doing? Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. Can you help me? How's everyone doing? Let me know if the audio is coming through. Let me know if everything's okay. JS, how are you doing? Jetta, how are you doing? Peace, brother. So just because I did, thank you. So just because I did have that video, I released that video this week in regards to, in regards to the prayer. I don't know if you guys saw it. If you didn't catch it, it's on my channel. You guys can check it out. It's like anything to do with the prayer. You know, the as they say, the most important tips per se. Yes, there are some other things that can be said about the prayer and the times of exaltation, which I didn't include in that video. But because that's the case, we are about to get probably a lot of Sunnis in the channel. So prepare thyself. How you guys doing? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It was a lot of fun, and I do also want to give out a shout out to. Well, actually, first I want to introduce you to my 2 family members. This guy here, that's Pete the plant, and her here, she's Penny the plant. So it's Pete and Penny. They're my little plants. They're real. See? They're edible. They're not. I shouldn't have done that. Oh my God, forgive me. But yeah, so this is Pete and Penny. And I also want to give a shout out to my sister Yera, who was an incredible help and support in the video that I did produce for the prayer. And I feel bad. Who did I eat though? I ate Pete. Pete can handle it. He'll be okay. You're all right, Pete. But so yeah. So first of all, and I also want to thank you all for your support, because you guys have been incredible in this journey. This journey where we are trying to wake up the masses and try to introduce them to what the actual message of the Quran is. We're trying to show them the beauty of the Quran while we're exposing what these Sunnis love to hide about their religion. So unfortunately, there's a lot to show in regards to what they hide. These people on the other side that hate us for believing in the book of God, that call us all sorts of names, like we're disbelievers or we're not following the way of Abraham. But the truth is, we are much closer to the word of God because we truly practice the word of God. We use it as a criterion, we use it as a filter, and we use it as a judge. But these people on the other side want to call us disbelievers. It's only because their hearts has been sealed. They have been taken away from the true guidance, from the true light of God. So because of their association to God, they're associating books, they're associating ideas, they're associating lordship to entities and things other than God, and therefore they've been sealed from the most amazing book in this world. They don't ponder upon it, they don't reflect upon it. So what I do and what we do here, all of us as a community, is we try to show these people what they've been hiding from themselves, and we also show the people who are interested in what the true message of God is, the submission to the Lord, and what they need to do by showing them what the Quran states and what the other side is not telling them about where they're about to go. I mean, it's a fair point, isn't it? If someone is inviting you to your house and the neighbor comes along and he goes, hey man, the guy's just showing you the front door, but you don't know what's in that house. And there's a lot of rooms he locks up, because if you open those rooms, you're going to see a lot of skeletons and a lot of nonsense, murders and crimes that you don't really need to be part of. And if you're going to go into that house, it's going to incriminate you, and you're going to have to stand for being in that person's house. And you can't say now that you had ignorance, because there is a group of people that are warning you about what's inside that house, whether it's Sunnism or Shiaism, whatever it is, whatever sectarians you want to follow, even in the Christian faith or the Jewish faith, or what people assume as the Muslim faith, if that's what they want to call themselves. That word has no bearing in English. But us as submitters, we tell you the truth in all your religions. We're not here to be loved. We're not here to be liked. We're not here for popularity, nor are we here for us to sit here and massage your world. There are certain things that we say that you celebrate. So if we sit and take on the Shias heads on and we expose what the Shia is about, we see the Sunnis celebrating. And when we're taking on the Sunnis, we see the Shias celebrating. And then when we're taking on the Christians, we see these so-called Muslims celebrating and the Jews celebrating. And then when we're taking on the Jews, everybody in the world, okay, no, I can't say that. And when we're taking on the Jews, you see the Christians sometimes celebrating and the Sunnis sometimes celebrating. But it's always funny that these different groups, they're quick to support us when they're not the target, and they agree with us when they're not the target. But yet, as soon as they become the target, that's when we are crazy. That's when we are outside of what the people usually like propagate in regards to what people understand as Islam, when we're submitters. And when we are targeting the groups within this community that's supposedly the Prophet's community, you see them agreeing with us when we go against the Shia, but they call us kafir as soon as we come at them. But it's very interesting, because if we honestly just look at the condition in the world today, the Hadith is not going to save these people. The Christian faith and the way that they present the Christian faith, it's not going to save these people. Just submit to Jesus and that's all you need to do. Or listen to these idols and that's all you need to do. Or we're the chosen people and so you have to listen to us and that's all you have to do. It's just, it doesn't really show the satisfaction. It doesn't show that contentment. And then the only thing that they want you to do, which is also, I found this Rashdonians, these submitters that they call themselves submitters, but they're all about code 19, is just eat the bugs and accept what the bug giver is giving you. And in their case, it's Rashad Khalifa. oh, well, there's a discrepancy in the Quran. It doesn't matter. That's what Rashad said, but he's against the Quran at that point. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He's a messenger. I don't think he would be a messenger if he's going against the Quran. Just like how I don't think those books that you guys wrote down, which you attributed to the Prophet, it can't be from the Prophet because it went against the Quran. This is truly what God has given us for us to save us from this humiliation that people want to keep writing down and say that this is your religion. And if you don't like it, well, then tough cookies, you're a kafir and we need to exile you or kick you out. Or, nah, man, if you can't produce or sustain your position from the Quran, I'm not interested. Funny enough, I made that video in regards to the prayer. Well, I posted it and Fareed commented, Fareed response. He goes, hey, you didn't do that bowing. Yeah, because to me in Arabic, actually literal Arabic, that's a form of sujood. It's not ruku'. Ruku' has to do with the knees. You have to get down on your knees, kneeling. So as God says in chapter 3 to Mary, warka'i ma'a raki'in. So like prostrate with those that prostrate. So prostration is something that Mary had to do, and obviously Jesus had to do. And you could see in the Christian faith, the majority of them, when they go to church, they're kneeling on their knees. They're not doing this half prostration, which you don't see in the Jewish religion. You don't see in the Christian religion. You just see it with the Sunnis and the Shias. Is it wrong? It's not wrong. But that's not what God is talking about in the word ruku', the physical ruku'. Yes, there is a spiritual side of ruku', but there's also a physical understanding of what ruku' is. And it's literally kneeling. But then he wanted to open the conversation. It's like, are they wrong? It's not about being wrong. It's about being loyal to the word of God. Am I wrong? That's the question you need to ask yourself. And this is what these people need to do as a way for them to really address themselves. See, actually, the good thing about God keeping the Christians around is the way that Sunnis treat the Christians is exactly how we treat you Sunnis. You guys always make fun of the Bible in regards to numerical contradictions or stories that are not lining up, or someone said something that obviously Jesus would not say, or we do not really know the history of these people that wrote these books. It all can be said about the Hadith. Oh, no, we have the ilmul rijal, we have the knowledge of these people, but it's just one big circle. It's like, hey, how do we know that this guy can trust him? Oh, because this guy said that we can trust him. Well, how do we know we can trust this guy? Well, because this guy said that we can trust him. Well, how do we know that this guy can be trusted? Because this guy said how we can trust him. Well, how do we know that this guy can be trusted? Because this guy said so. So it's a big loop. So how do we know who can we trust? Oh, well, if you don't trust him, then you, as a sheikh, whatever his name is, Asim, telling Sneeko, well, you don't know the fundamentals of the religion. You just have to eat the bugs. Whoever's giving you the bugs, you just eat them. And if you don't accept it, then you're a kafir. So no, we're doing comparative analysis when we come down to our faith compared to your faith. We are trying to show you that these arguments that you keep pushing to the Jews and you keep pushing to the Christians, they're applying to you. I remember watching a debate, Hakikachu, against this Jewish man who was a positive human being, where Hakikachu was going at the Talmud and he was showing them, like, look, these things, every commentator is saying whatever he wants. And how can you judge with this book when it's every commentator, it's like a free-for-all? But your hadith is exactly the same thing. It's a free-for-all. Because if I present to you a hadith which is contradictory to just like normal human rights, you guys are so quick with your apologetics, but the apologetics changes from a person to a person based upon how he feels. And then you say that we judge with emotions and whims. Yet when we bring it down to the Quran, you guys are falling really quick. So peace, everybody. Peace, Jams. Nice to see you again, homie. So anyways, guys, it's been an amazing journey, okay? It's been an amazing journey. This journey with God has been something that's extremely amazing. I hope it's the same for you. When you open your eyes and you start walking with God and you see what God has told you in the Quran is the absolute truth on who these people in front of you are. Like, hey, they're just like sheep. No, they're just like animals, even worse. You think they're listening to you? They're not listening to you. They're like sheep, or even worse, or they're even more deluded. بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ سَبِيلًا. Like, and then you're looking at them and the guy's looking at you going, how do you pray, bro? Like, did you hear anything I said? Where's Aina Mecca, bro? It's like, bro, I'm talking to you. Okay. Obey the messenger, bro. How do you do that? Like, Relax, homie. Hold on. But you see that there's nothing in their brain that's like ticking. You understand me? So they give the Quran to the people in the West and say to them, ponder upon it and see how it's the truth. See how this book is telling you these amazing messages that will let you escape from the paganism or this hedonism that you're living. But then they themselves cannot reflect on it. So what's the point? This is like a pot calling the kettle black. You understand me? It's just that it does not make sense. It's not reasonable. It's not logical. It's not what God has ordered you to do. But we're not here for this spiel. The answer, quite simply, ladies and gentlemen, we need to go back to truly understanding what human being is. And the human being, which we discussed last time, it involves a lot of diplomacy, a lot of tolerance, and a lot of diplomacy, because this is what God has been teaching us in the Quran, okay? There is no compromise in religion. We do not compromise when it comes down to God's religion, unless if we're forced with something. Then if someone cannot endure, they might have to compromise. As long as it didn't come from their heart, it doesn't matter. But in our religion, there's adaptability, but there is absolutely no compromise, okay? Now, and today with our sermon, the one that I'm going to start, and before we start with the sermon, I just want to take the opportunity and thank my Lord, the one who made this possible for us to be able to communicate to you from here in this spot, in this little corner of a room, and talk to almost anybody I want in the world, for whoever wants to listen. So lend me your ears, as some people say. So I really want to thank my Lord for bringing us together and bringing this peace and this love that we have each other, purely because we found the truth. Thank you, God, for being this common ground that we can all rely on, and we use you as the means for us to get through our days, because there is no means other than you. And please, Lord, always keep our hearts, our eyes, and our ear opens, always searching for your love and always searching for the truth that you can only produce and say and do. And dear Lord, please remove away from us any falsehood that have sept in our religion on an individual basis or on a community level, and help us against these transgressors that really do not like your message, O Lord. And exalted is you above everything. You are the one who guides the good doers, and you are the one who deludes who deserves to be deluded, and you are the one who purifies the hearts of those that deserve purification. So Lord, please write us among those that deserve the purification, and allow us to be those that can walk under your grace in your light. And please fulfill our lights on the day of judgment and shield us from the fire. Thank you for everything that you have given us. Praise to you, my Lord, and all praise to the Lord of the worlds. Today's sermon, by the grace of our Lord, is about empathy and the importance of empathy. One can understand empathy very simply is the ability to feel what the other person is going through. This is something that's incredibly important for the believer, because you have a warning that if you're not capable of remembering your God often, your heart, it hardens. And this has been said in the Quran a few times about the people. So what I want to do is at the beginning, share some verses so that we can explore the verses together, and then we can talk about them in a way so that you can understand some of the messages that God is giving us for us to reflect upon ourselves and reflect on our current situation. So as God says in chapter 57, verse 16, is it not time for those who have believed to humble their hearts to the remembrance of God and what he has revealed to the truth? They should not be like those who were given the book before, and the period was prolonged on them, so their hearts became stubborn, and many of them were immoral. A similar verse was given to you in chapter 21, verse 44, where God says, well, we'll start with the verse before it. Or do they have gods who prevent them from them other than us? They will not be able to help themselves, nor will they be accompanied by us. Accompanied by us. In fact, we have provided for these and their fathers until the lifespan was prolonged for them. So we have provided for these and their fathers until the lifespan was prolonged for them. Do they not see that we approach the earth by decreasing it from its size? Are they then the winners. So here God is talking about how the life seemed like it was prolonged for them. This is what's important. Okay, so here God is talking about their hearts became stubborn. God is then talking about their life being prolonged for them. And then God is telling us here something that's very important about the religion. This is in chapter 107. Have you seen the one who denies the religion? That is the one who forsakes the orphan. And that is the one who does not urge on the pouring, on the poor. The one does not urge on the feeding of the poor. I apologize. Been fasting. Alhamdulillah. So the point, the moral is, the more you remember God and the more you humble yourself to God, you yourself start to feel these things that you have done in your past which give you this guilt. So you start to realize the pain that you have caused to others. Let's assume that you had a contract with someone and that contract went really bad, and you took the money and you never really paid up the way that you were supposed to pay up, and time has went through and you really never sat and pondered about it, that you were in trouble. But now after you become a believer and you start looking for the reasons for you to repent and ask your God for forgiveness for what you did to certain people, now you can sit and imagine the person on the other end. Like, hey, you know what? I promised him on that day I would deliver such thing. It was very important to him and I didn't deliver it. What if I was in his position? How would I feel? I would feel a little angry. I might have sent him a text that was really abusive, but he didn't do that. So he tolerated me, and it wasn't right that I treated him that way, right? So it starts with the basics. And this kind of feelings, it starts to go up. This guilty feeling, this empathetic feeling, this trying to relate what this person is going through within the pain itself. Because me telling you a story about an orphan or somebody who witnessed a murder or somebody who has been going through a life of pain, it's very easy to read the story. But if you cannot put yourself in that person's position and truly feel their pain, then you really can't offer them help. Yes, you can feel the person's pain without showing it to people. I'm not telling you that you need to be insensitive or emotional and very upfront in the way that you're receiving the information, but inside it must hurt you. I mean, how many of us just watch what's happening in Palestine? We see some of the kids and we just can't help and break down because you are picturing that person inside. Now, when somebody's heart is being hardened from the remembrance of God, it has a problem other than you forgetting your Lord and getting blocked from the truth and you not being able to believe in the word. The problem is you start to lose your empathy. You start to care about yourself because of how much you need to numb this feeling that you have, where you can no longer feel for those people that are going through these rough times, that are going through these problematic things, because you're just thinking about yourself. The life on earth is extremely short. We are going to serve our Lord forever. Okay? Put that in your mind. Is that something that you really want to do now? Is that what you're working for? Because I know a lot of you are asking to be the servants of God, but yet you can't last a week on a certain task, or you can't last 2 days on a certain task until you find yourself like, you know what, I'll just be a servant maybe a little later. I have time. But this is just not a temporary thing. This is not a work that you're going to work until you retire and then you sit and do nothing. You're going to want to love and serve your Lord forever, even in heaven. It's going to be a pleasant experience. It's going to be a pleasant occupation. There is no pain in that sense, and there is no hurt and people pulling you down or breaking your job, but it's still a form of serving. I want to build a really big building in heaven and put God's name on top of it so that as far as you can go in heaven, you can see God's name, because I want to present that to my Lord. Whether he accepts it or not, my God is capable of all things. And he didn't need me to do that, but I want to serve my Lord. And this is the feeling that you need to attach to. But some people, when they realize the religion, they start practicing the religion. Within 2 years, it seems like they become desensitized. That the time now is so long. Oh, what do you mean I have to be patient for us to win? Oh, what do you mean I have to wait to get a community? Oh, nothing good is going to happen anyways. We're like, okay, well, here's the verses of God. Yeah, I heard them 1,000 times already. I get it. I heard. But this is them. Their life on earth is being, it feels like it's so long. It's prolonged. Like they're waiting for the reward right now, where their hearts become hard. Give from your money. Oh, yeah, I gave last week. Well, but can't you feel him? Yeah, it's a terrible condition. May God help him. May God ease it for him. Oh, I wonder what's going on in Facebook and Instagram. And how many people have you met that actually go through these emotions? They want people to feel empathetic about them, yet they cannot feel the empathy on anyone else. They cannot sit at night in their bed instead of thinking about fantasies and what are they going to do tomorrow, or what car they like, or which girl they like, or what guy they like. Instead of that, why don't you sit and think about the kid that's sleeping on the side of the road because he does not have much? There's many examples in this day and age. There was a very big earthquake right now in Myanmar, 7.7. Many people died. Obviously, they're still counting. There's people under the rubble. Put yourself under that rubble now. Put yourself under that rubble in the bed and ask now, just feel that person's pain and start to pray for them and start to ask God to forgive them and start to intercede on certain people, because you'll find yourself that despite you being as strong as you can, you find a lot of reasons in this world for you to invoke your Lord to help others. As God says in the Quran, if anyone who intercedes a good intercession, he gets a part of it. And whoever intercedes an evil intercession or a bad intercession, he also gets a part of that. So I could sit in my room and go like, God, anyone who ever like cut me off in the street when I'm driving, may you give them a flat tire, right? But now every time you're cutting somebody off, you're getting part of what you were asking God to do for others. But if you're sitting and you're realizing that someone is completely hungry and you're full, but you realize there's people who are hungry. God, if anyone who's going through hunger right now, by your grace and by your mercy on the day of judgment, make it easier for them, because I can see and understand how difficult it must have been, that they might have had to go through certain extremes that only you can understand. But please, Lord, by your permission, intercede on their behalf. So now if I acted a little weird at certain times because I was hungry or desperate, that prayer that I asked for will also get applied to me, because God says we get a small part of it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the important part about empathy is that when you realize that you cannot be empathetic at certain times in your life, it's because you fell into a test. You are talking to God in a certain way, but yet you are being a hypocrite in action. I'm not saying you're hypocritical. You're promising and you're telling God certain things, yet you're doing actions that are showing other ways. So at that point, your heart starts to get really sealed and closed, because you could lie to me. You could lie to the believers. You could lie to your parents. You could lie to your teachers. You could lie to your principal. You could lie to your government. You could lie to everybody in the world, and you could keep lying. But you're not going to lie to God. And over time, if you hang around with certain believers for an extended time, you're not going to be able to lie to them either. Because God will produce the sign that, hey, you know what? At this specific moment, this servant of mine, he's not being honest with me. And because he's not being honest with me, I'm not opening the door for him, so he cannot feel the love that he used to feel for me. And that's why he's struggling, and that's why she's struggling, and that's why they're acting that way, is because they will not sit and reflect upon themselves and realize that no, they are not in a state of the purity that they keep talking about. They're not in that state where people should praise them because they're God's servant. They're in a position where they rather go under someone else's direction or someone else's way of life. This is applicable to all of us if we actually judge ourselves in a very tight lens, in a very harsh lens. Am I a person who's giving you a sermon, or am I a person who's feeding the YouTube algorithm? Am I a person who's writing a book for people to learn about God? Or am I a person who's writing a book so I can be a top seller, so that I could be in that system where people are comparing each other on how good the words are? Am I making a song so that people would understand more about God, or for them to feel good about themselves? Or am I making a song so that girls would enjoy my presence and I become seductive? There's everything in play when we're doing it, our actions. As God says, his book that we're going to see on the day of judgment, it does not miss a small thing or a big thing, except it has been accounted for. It has been written, and it can be written against you if you're not honest to yourself. So empathy is something that is extremely important when it comes down to measure your relationship with God. Even for the disbelievers, some of us can feel empathetic, but God is telling you, do not feel sad for them. Do not feel bad for them. They deserve help. And now we're talking about the levels of the people that we might understand that they're here in a chat with us, right? Look at this guy. I don't know how he puts, I'm sorry, guys. I usually don't do this, but this made me fun. This made me laugh. The book that came from God And the people who believe in the Quran are the students of the devil. And when we are the students of the Quran. So just understand what this guy just said. Sorry, guys. What I was trying to explain is something that's very extremely easy. If you are lacking the empathy, which is this tool that allows you to understand on how close you are to God, then you do need to reflect. You need to put yourself in a position where you can see your actions and why you're doing your actions and be a little bit overcritical about yourself. It's not about your thoughts. It's not about what you might be going through your head. It's not about this spiritual pain that you might be enduring, because that's a little bit of pain for you to return. But it's about your actions. Are you decorating a deed for yourself that it shouldn't be there? And have you decorated this deed for such a long time that now you are not even capable of understanding what empathy is anymore because you've forgotten it? So a good example are those that smoke cigarettes. They tend to believe like they keep trying to give an excuse because the addiction is extremely difficult. Where certain parts about them, when they want to approach their Lord, it's closed off to them, yet they had it at one point. They know it, they're searching for it again. And they're not as empathetic for the person next to them, especially when they're under that little vice called nicotine. But when they, soon as they quit nicotine and they repent to God, as God says to his messengers, he says to them, this is in chapter 27. When Moses approached his Lord said that there is peace between him and the messengers, except who oppresses, right? So there's no fear in the messenger except who oppresses. So, and whoever corrects after his error, then God is forgiving and merciful, and God will come back to those messengers. So what the point is that even the messengers, when they are doing something that's self-oppressive, if they oppress somebody, they become in a state where they don't feel that protection of God, as God states in the Quran, and they will start to sense fear for them to correct themselves. But us as believers who are not messengers, we have that hardening of the heart. Is our heart soft to the remembrance of God? Are we glad? Are we confident? Are we feeling like content when the name of God is mentioned? Are we having like many thoughts and maybe the devil's trying to get at us when people are talking about God? So this is why it is extremely important for you to really dive into the Quran, where it's really important for you to read the words and actually put it on yourself. The way that I find myself reading the Quran, when God is talking about negative verses, I will find a reason in my history how that verse applies to me. In a lot of things. And it makes me, and many times, cry for those sins that I did, because it's taking away from my purity. If I never did those crimes, I didn't need to know those feelings, and I didn't need to have this purity. I would have been closer to God than I am in this moment. But then you also remember that if I didn't go through these experiences, then maybe I wouldn't have known God as much as I did now. But then you wish that you knew God the way that you knew him now, without this impurities that you put yourself. But guess what? A few verses later, God is showing you the opposite side of those people that are in trouble. He shows you the people who are saved. And then you find yourself in those verses, and you want to get closer to your God, as God states. So there's verses where you literally your skin starts to like feel like it's tight on you, or your skin, you get goosebumps because of how scary it's being explained, because it applies to me. But then God reminds you of his mercy and his forgiveness, and it makes you grow, just like the day and night. God's putting you through the night a little bit, in the darkness, in the fear, and then he gives you the answer. The light comes through, and then it grows your spirit. But if you're not able to relate yourself to the Quran, you yourself, and you only want to put the bad verses on everybody else, and you want to put the good verses to yourself, then you haven't learned the lesson. You're starting to walk through the path of arrogance, and God can produce a situation where you're asked to humble yourself, and you choose not to. And at that point, you're no better than a certain entity that did the exact same thing, and he was one of the angels. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I have, as I told you at the beginning of the stream, because we did the video in regards to prayer, we're going to have a lot of Sunnis crying in the comments. So we are now at the end of the sermon. I do suggest that anyone who wants to pray after the sermon, and I do implore you to pray in chapter 107, where God says that because of your religion, you want to help the orphan and not forsake the orphan, because the orphan goes through a lot of pain growing up. And it's such a mental burden for that orphan because they did not have a father figure to help them understand that, you know what, the world is not as harsh as it is now. So they had to grow up with this harshness all the way up until seeing the actual harshness of the world without somebody holding their hand through it. And then God is also telling us about the feeding of the poor and the importance of the prayer. See, so this is where it's very important to keep in touch with the true essence of religion so you don't lose your empathy. With that said, may God bless this gathering, this congregation, and may God give us patience to deal with certain liars that are obviously among us. And they want to call us infidels and the students of Satan and all this nonsense because we took the book of God as our guide. So, alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. Let me see. I saw some rejecting Islam scholars from 1,000 years ago and spreading fitna. How about those scholars that don't talk about the Quran and they talk about your other nonsensical books? Maybe they're spreading fitna. Have you considered that after Moses, 50 years after Moses, less than that the children of Israel went and they did their own thing and they forgot what God told them? Do you know that after Jesus came, within 50 to 100 years, they started saying that Jesus is the Son of God and they fell? Guess what? Prophet Muhammad went to the exact same group. He went to the children of Israel and he went to the Arabians that are in the Arab desert. It's from the same cloth. It's from the same type of people. Why do you think that your religion has been solid for the last 1400 years? Why do you think that that's the case? Why am I reading books in your books, Bukhari, about the Prophet fondling Aisha when she was on her period? What's that got to do with my religion? What's that got to do with your religion? How would you feel that on the day of judgment, you find out your wife was going around, even though God ordered her to stay in her home? That was specific for the Prophet's wife. Stay in your house and do not leave your house, okay? Stay in your house. But she went out and she's telling people on how the sex life was with her husband. Imagine me hearing that on the day of judgment. My wife was going around and she was taking baths in front of people and she was going out having wars. And she's then stuck in her house and she ordered the killing of people. And she's talking about semen and she's talking about menses and she's talking about all of this stuff. I'm sorry, bro. I don't need that scholarship because it's got nothing to do with my religion. The problem is Kaan. I had a whole sermon about what God was saying in the book. I wonder if you felt any benefit, or is it because that I'm not from your clan or your cult that you would put everything to the side? Maybe you should consider that some of us actually listen to what you guys say. And anything positive, we understand that it's positive and we say that they said truth there. But when it comes down to the nonsense that you're trying to shove in our throats, I'm not going to accept it. The Prophet cannot simply hear me. He cannot hear me now. That's what Christians say. Christians say that you pray to Jesus, Jesus will hear you and answer you. You tell me if I said, Assalamu alaikum ayyuhan nabi, that he hears me and the angels let him hear and then he replies to me. What's the difference? You put him as a demigod. You're not asking things for him, but you're talking to him and he's replying to you while the man is in his grave. You see the problem, like this concept for rejecting Islam scholars. I rejected 1900 years of Christian scholars. How are you any better, my friend? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thoughts on Abu Hurairah, who was a hadith skeptic? Abu Hanifa, sorry. Peace, Hugo. I appreciate the donation. May God bless you. Abu Hanifa is very notorious in the Islamic culture. What you know about Abu Hanifa now is a very watered down approach to Abu Hanifa, is just so that they could say that they have 4 schools of jurisprudences. But even from the time of the get-go, you had Malik saying that Abu Hanifa is problematic. You had the Hanbali saying that Abu Hanifa was problematic. And then there's also some really tight sectarian groups that will say that anyone who follows Abu Hanifa is considered a kafir. Abu Hanifa was pre the books of hadith, like the really prominent books of hadith and the scholars of hadith. He took a lot of things off his own opinion. So he would literally, this is what Abu Hanifa would do. He would come up with a situation in his mind. And like a man has water that has water that's contaminated with rice, like rice water. Can that water be used for wudu? And then he would sit and give a fatwa. These situations are not occurring, but he would just make situations in his head and he would write fatwas, or he would write the answers for those things. So a lot of things that he came up with is based on his own opinion with the few numbers of hadith that he had along with the Quran. Okay, so a lot of people didn't agree with his interpretations. This is because it wasn't locked down to this hadith tradition that they came up with later around Malik and after that. So to me, Abu Hanifa is just another man who tried to guide people to the truth. He tried to put his reason, he tried to put his mind into the thing, and he said to the people like, hey, if I said something that does not align with the hadith that you found or does not align with the Quran, just throw it to the wall. Just ignore it, right? But to a lot of people, this individual is problematic. Me, myself, I don't know. I don't care. Do I need to read about him for me to understand the religion? No. So why do I need to learn about him? Well, it's the same reason why people need to learn on who the church fathers are when they go debate Christians. Debating Sunnis, it feels like debating Christians or debating Jews. To me, they became the people of the book, where the age was prolonged for them, and their hearts did harden, and they didn't care about the word of God, and they just wanted to use the word of God for them to find kids and money in the world, and that's all they cared about. And anyone who didn't agree with their cults just put them to death. Thank you, man. This is a very good dua. Yeah, so this is a very excellent point. And I want to show you something, guys. Just the word prostration. Okay, prostration as sujood. Okay, I'm going to show you a picture. So the pictures that I want to show you is right here. Share this tab. Let's go. Okay, Wikipedia. See that? Prostration, right? They're giving you the prostration of the head, which is number one. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. Yes, you can. So the prostration of the head, okay? The prostration of the back on both of them. And now this is a form of prostration where the person is still not kneeling, but his hands are on the ground. This is a form of prostration. This is the prostration where the person is kneeling and where this person is also putting his head. In the Quran, this is called ruk'an sujjada. So sujjada is an adjective. It's explaining the kneeling, the form of kneeling. So if this guy, his head was up and he's just on the floor, that would be called ruk'an. If it's ruk'an sujjadan, that means he's kneeling and prostrating. This technically would be sujjadan without ruk'an. And this is sujood. This is sujood. So when God says, oh, and enter the door sujjadan, وَادْخُلُوا الْبَابَ سُجَّدًا وَقُولُوا حُطَّةً, enter the door sujjadan and say hutta, or repentance. This is what God is expecting from you. Your head to be in humility, in humbleness. Ladies and gentlemen, when your parents are yelling at you, what you do? You put your head down. When the king is talking to you, what do? You put your head down. Why? You're bowing down to the person in front of you. If someone is upset at you, the human reaction when you're sad and you know you've been beaten is to admit defeat. How? I'm done. Okay, God is telling you, submit. How do you submit to God? Okay, I'm done. Now look at the animals. Okay, just look at animals. When a prey is being chased by a predator, and the prey is cornered, and the predator is about to eat it, what does the prey usually do? Submits. I'm done. Let me be. God is our king. You want to submit to your Lord. You want to just say like, hey, man, you win. God, you win. You win. I'm in humility in front of you. So these are different forms of sujood, right? So these are amazing. But yeah, actually, you're right. I didn't finish the image when we started talking about animals. One form of sujood as well is, guess what? All the way down to their chins. You see that? So this is also by what the Jews do. I'm not telling you to do this, but it is a form of what? Sujood. You're going to say, hey, that's kind of weird. Yeah, but you're doing it to your Lord. You're showing that I'm completely given up. This is, they are sujooding all the way to their chins. Isn't the man's chin on the floor there? But these are just trying to explain things to people in a different way so that you could understand the Quran can be understood in many, many, many ways, where it's still, at the end, is giving you the same message. How close do you want to be to your Lord? How loyal do you want to be to your Lord? I'm going to scroll down now to the messages so people to hear. Hey, peace. Would have to like to support your orphanage, but can only use PayPal. I'm going to give you my PayPal. This will also 100% go to the orphanage, and I will also document anything that comes to PayPal. But I put my PayPal there. God bless you. Very good sermon today. Some great reminders, insights, especially regarding remembering your past sins and sadness and purity caused from that disattachment from God. Praise be to God, the forgiving. It's amazing. My brother, this is the problem. This is the problem with people that had to walk a life of sin, as they say. God forgives you. God allows you to go back to the light. But just because you had certain thoughts, sometimes these thoughts or these feelings cannot be forgotten. It's a way of thinking that you know is not good. It's an impure way of thinking, where you wish you didn't even learn this way of thinking. And this is where these concepts of black magic and magic occurs, is because the devil teaches you a way of thinking that you can no longer unthink out of, that it's present, where you now have to ignore it, but it takes away from you, because as you think about it, or while you're reminded of it, you know God heard it too. But you know it's not coming from you at this point, and you know it's not the truth, but you still have to endure that slight pain that comes with it. So as kids, I can understand why our parents don't want us to go through certain life experiences as kids, is just so that we could stay in that sense of purity and innocence. And God truly created this world for us to technically, idealistically, to stay in that form of purity and innocence. But realistically, people lie. Realistically, people abuse. Realistically, people molest and do all sorts of things to children, where it takes away from this impurity. And then they start to have these negative thoughts. And then these negative thoughts start to become that person's psyche. And then they start to have disease in their heart. And then they start to have problems with people, with the way they approach everything. But then the Quran comes and it starts to heal many of what these people did to them. Oh, these people lied to me, so I have to be over vigilant and I have to protect myself and I have to do this. You know what? Why would I have to go through all these thoughts in my head? I'm going to do my part and forget about it, because God is watching. If someone abuses me now, I'm going to get my things back. It's just the 10 minutes of this day that I'm living in. After this 10 minutes, I get to go to God and I get it back, right? So anyways, sister in humanity, sister in humanity. Where's Mecca? Okay, show me in Hadith where's Mecca. Where is the Kaaba? In the heart of Mecca, as God says in the Quran. Aina Mecca. Man. Where does the sun rise from? The east. God talks about the sun in the Quran. How do you guys know what's the sun? Because, bro, you got to understand, it's a book of guidance. It's not a book telling you where Egypt is, okay? Nor does your Hadith tell you where Egypt is. You go to an atlas to find out where Egypt is. You're not asking me a religious question. You're asking me where Mecca is. Mecca is exactly where Mecca is, because that's not going to change between you and me, are you? But now you want me to doubt the book of God and run to your nonsensical books is just because you don't know where Mecca is? That's not a very strong argumentation, or that's not a strong point for me to believe your nonsense. Aina Mecca. Is that you, Shamsi, bro? Do you have Cash App? I'm not an American. I believe it's an American app, but I'm not an American. Bro gets his information from Wikipedia, which is owned by the elites. I'm not searching in certain things in regards to history, and I'm not searching in regards to political affiliations, nor am I asking about your scholars on Wikipedia. No, I will go to the source. But I'm telling you a basic word of what prostration is. I'm telling you about using a dictionary. So if Arab dictionaries got it wrong, then you can go look for yourself and show me how I'm wrong. I love these guys. Mohammed, where did you put the PayPal? In the chat. So here's my PayPal. It's the same email that you can send me your thoughts to. Yes. So here's my PayPal. All right. That's my PayPal. Give me 1 second, please. Why is it in French? Why is my PayPal in French? Just give me one moment. I just want to see if my PayPal is okay. Got it. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, quite frankly, the Quran is all we need. And anyone who's arguing against the Quran, they don't come with a very strong argument. Don't you see, guys? I've never seen a very strong argument against the Quran. Why? Because there isn't one. The only thing that they can try to argue is like, hey, guys, where is Mecca? Okay, it's in Saudi. All right. Well, how do you know the Quran's preserved? God said, oh, that's circular reasoning. Do you believe in God? That's circular reasoning, bro. Do you believe in God? Like, is God saying the truth? Yeah, but prove it. The content of the Quran. Oh, okay, you need Hadith, bro. So how do you know the Hadith is true? Oh, because isnad. Okay, the isnad is clearly flawed. No, it's not. It's just your word. No, you yourself say that the isnad is flawed. It's pretty sweet, pretty funny, in my opinion. That's what it feels like at the end of the day. Cool. Why do weak hadith exist? Ask the people who made the hadith books. Yes, let's see. Where did you get this? Indeed, Satan will appear in the form of man, and he will come to the people, narrating to them false hadith, and then they will depart. Bro, that's circular reasoning. You can't use the hadith to prove that the Satan reads hadith. We have biography of each person in the isnad. Okay, I'm going to show you a beginning of a video. So for you to understand what you said, okay? I'm going to show you a beginning of a video for you to guys, this is a good video. It's from a guy, his channel is called Hadith Critic, okay? So I want to show you just the beginning, okay? So this ilm al-rijal, it's a very good compilation. So let's just watch this together so that you guys can honestly see what is being talked about in these books, okay? So you guys ready? Let's see if this comes up. Boom. And I'll make myself smaller. So ladies and gentlemen, I just so that everybody knows, this is the channel is Hadith Critic, okay? So I'm going to post it here and boom, right there, all right? So this, okay, you know what? Just out of respect, because I just clicked it. Zaira, I'm going to see where your question is. Let me find it. Brother Muhammad, please give me an answer about the do I wear a dress underneath and wear jibab over it, or can I wear my dress in a modest way as a jilbab? Okay, so God does talk about an outer dress and then the inner dress. Technically, as long as you're being extremely modest, then yes, the jilbab will act, your dress would act as a jilbab. So I think the point of the jilbab is an additional cover, right? But it's the loose clothing is what I'm understanding from the verse. So don't wear too tight clothing where it's overly revealing, but you do have to wear baggy clothes enough where it does cover it. Obviously, it's not the only thing that you should wear. So this is why you're still going to have your underdress or your undergarments, whether it's just another pair of clothes or something over that baggy clothes. So in the West, you see, one thing that I want to say about this point, my good sister, God states, I believe in chapter 6, that if he brought down an angel, right, he would have dressed that, he would have been a man that, let me pull up the verse so we can read it together. Is it chapter 6? And then we're going to go back to ilm al-rijal. Yeah. Hasbunallah. Yes, there you go. So let's share this tab real quick. Not this one, this tab. Can you guys see it? Nope. All right. My good sister, God says here, and they said, why was an angel not sent down to him? But if we had sent down an angel, the matter would have been settled. Then they would not have been respited. And if we had assigned him an angel, we would have made him a man. And this is the point I want to get to. And we would have dressed him the way they wear. So if God is even sending an angel, okay, for the people to relate to said angel and what the angel is saying, he would be a man dressed like the people are dressing. So if you are, the way that they dress in Saudi Arabia is extremely cultural. You can't wear colors, you have to wear black, you have to cover your face and stuff. But in the West, this is, or in France, especially in France, this is something that they don't appreciate it. That they say that our culture is not like that. So they are targeting people who are wearing their niqabs and the black. It's not who they are. So God is telling you as wisdom here that you should dress in a way that is accepting of the culture that you're in. I'm not telling you that if the girls are there dressing in mini skirts and stuff for you to wear in mini skirts. No, you would wear things that is modest, which is loose enough, but it would have to match the culture. So I see girls in the West, like in Canada and America, they would have a form of head covering, but it would technically be their hoodie. So they would wear a loose hoodie and they cover their hair with the hoodie. Is that wrong? Absolutely not. So they are fitting in with the people. They're not making themselves like a thumb sticking out, and at the same time they're dressing very modest. So I don't agree with that approach where they want us to, like, where they want you to have like 16 forms of clothing and that kind of stuff. So let me just now pull up. I know I got a few start comments. Abu Sulaiman, just give me 1 second, Habibi. I want to show the people that are talking about Ilm al-Rijal a very quick video. And we're not watching the whole video, we're just going to watch part of it. And I hope that answered your question, sister. Sorry, just to preface that. So God is giving us examples in the Quran. The way that you're going to apply it should be as close as you can to the example. But if you are finding a way to fulfill the word of God and without it being exactly like how your neighbor is, then you're just responsible for who you are. That's all I can preface that with. So let's watch this. All right, here we go.
Hello.
And this is Bukhari.
Hello.
And he made this. It's supposed to be the most authentic compilation of the Prophet's sayings and actions, also known as Hadith.
This statement is authentic.
This is his student Muslim ibn al-Hajjaj.
Hello.
And he made this. It's supposed to be the second most authentic compilation of Hadith.
Yes, this statement is authentic.
Now here are all these other guys, and they compiled all of this. Some are authentic, some are weak, but scholars go through them to attempt to discern which ones are really from the Prophet through this intense science they created. Then there's also this guy. His name is Ibn Majah.
Hello.
He made this, Sunan Ibn Majah. He tried to compile all authentic hadith, but later scholars noted that a fourth of the entire compilation was actually weak. All of these compilations have something in common. They're baseless. I'll show you. The science that determines the authenticity of a hadith is called Ilm al-Rijal. Rijal experts go through each individual in the chain in order to determine their trustworthiness. The issue is that Rijal experts often contradict each other. One scholar calls a narrator trustworthy, while another calls him weak in their hadith transmission. Take this guy for example, Ikramah, the slave of Ibn Abbas. Uthman ibn Hakim said, I was sitting with Abu Umama ibn Sal when Ikramah arrived. Ikramah said, O Abu Umama, I ask you by God, did you hear Ibn Abbas say, whatever Ikramah narrates from me, believe him, for he has never lied about me? Abu Umama replied, yes. Ibn Lahiya added, Ikramah also adopted the beliefs of Najda al-Haruri, a leader of the Khawarij, and spent 6 months with him. Then he returned to Ibn Abbas, who upon seeing him said, here comes the evil one. Yahya ibn Bukair said, Ikramah traveled to Egypt and lived there. Then he went to Maghreb, where the Khawarij of that region took their beliefs from him. Ali ibn al-Madini said, Ikramah followed the views of Najda al-Haruri, the leader of the Khawarij. Ahmad ibn Zuhair said, I heard Yahya ibn Ma'in say, Malik did not include Ikramah in his Muwatta because he followed the views of Sufriya sect. Amr ibn Qais al-Makki narrated from Atta, Ikramah was an Ibadi, another Khawarij sect. Abu Maryam said, Ikramah was a Bayhasid, another faction of the Khawarij. Yahya al-Katan said, Ibn Abbas taught top 6 students were Mujahid, Tawus, Atta, Sa'id, Ikrama, and Jabir. Ikrama received contradictory evaluations from hadith critics.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you I hope you understand the severity of this. So Ikrama, this guy that we're talking about, a lot of people are calling him a Kharijite. Okay, like these people, according to hadith, are the dogs of hellfire. Okay, these guys are the worst. Okay, and then the guy who gave him a recommendation later also called him an evil one. So there's a lot about this Ikrama dude. Okay, but let's see where we find Ikrama then. Okay, so this guy is extremely problematic. Okay, this is their science.
Some praised him, while others severely criticized him. Despite accusations of lying, belonging to a violent sect responsible for killing Ali, the Prophet's cousin and son-in-law, and reportedly standing outside mosques, takfiring the inhabitants, his narrations were still deemed reliable enough to be included in Sahih Bukhari.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have it here. The guy that stood outside a mosque, apparently, saying this whole mosque was a capital mosque. And then he was called a Khawrijite, and he's called all these things a liar. Yeah, he still has hundreds of hadith in Sahih Bukhari. So what science would you like? What science are you talking about? Like, what are you presenting to me as information? What are you presenting me to science? Where's the science, guys? This Ikramas, he's definitely in trouble. Oh, man. Read Sharh al-Hadith. So instead of reading 10 books of Bukhari, this guy wants me to read now 20 books of Bukhari. No, I'm good. I don't. Okay, so if let's put this straight. Let's understand this man's words, okay? Read the explanation of the hadith. Okay, so the Quran has been sent by God. We can't read it, we can't understand it because we need the hadith to explain the Quran. And then we need the explanation of the hadith to explain the hadith that explains the Quran. Okay, so this chain that you're playing with me just fell in your lap. So who's going to explain to you the hadith that explains the Quran? And you're going to say a scholar, but the scholar is still going off a person that they themselves are accusing as a Kharijite. So why are you taking his words there? But my favorite is this. Oh, it's the same people that gave you the hadith or the same people that gave you the Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, the most like widespread version of the Quran, that recitation, reading that people read now is Hafs and Asim. Okay, Hafs and Asim. And so Asim is the teacher, and then Hafs is the student, and Asim had another student, Shu'bah. Asim, Shu'bah, and Hafs are all weak hadith narrators. We don't take their hadith. And by the way, I have a Quran here in front of me that's Hafs and Asim. Where's the rest of the chain? It's been like 1200 years. Who did Asim teach? Give me the chain. Why are we stopping at Asim? Well, why are we stopping at Hafs? Guys, Hasbunallah. Peace. Thoughts on Mufti Abu Layth's prior house attack. So I believe, sorry Hugo, I just saw this. Abu Layth's house was attacked not because of what he was saying about religion, but per se what he said about Palestinians. Because I remember the thugs that attacked his house are saying, we're doing this for our Palestinian brothers. Because Abu Layth's understanding is a little bit different. So he's saying the land is for the Jews. I come from the school where no, it's not for the Jews, it's for the children of Israel. And many Palestinians, many Lebanese, many Syrians, many Jordanians, many Egyptians, Ethiopians, Somalians, Sudanese, part of Saudis, part of Iraq, all the way into North Africa. All of these people are children of Israel. They're all allowed in the Holy Land. It's not just the Jews. There's no promise for just the Jews. Many videos planned on fake Shia hadith. I have a video that's coming up to address Rashad Khalifa. So this one right now is taking my studies. He's a very interesting fellow, Rashad Khalifa. He said a lot of weird things, like a lot of weird things. So I'm going to focus on the Rashadians. I'm going to make a very good video for the people who are trying to understand who Rashad is to go look at the video. Okay, I'm not going to give personal opinion. I'm just going to say that this is what the guy said, and this is what the Quran says. This is what the guy says, and this is what the Quran says. And I have a few clips of a few individuals that want to defend him. But yeah, so right now I'm not going to focus on Shia. Shia is going to be in the future. Shia is going to be something that's extremely important in the very future. But the thing with Shia, which is different than the Sunnis, the Shias don't outright call us kafirs. Okay, so they don't come out and call us kafir to our faces and disbelievers and all this nonsense. So they're a little bit more civil in the way that they approach the matters. Okay, so I would have to wait until I get a hit from a Shia for me to go in the same way that I go with, the same way that I deal with Sunnis. I didn't start making these videos and shorts about Sunnis until Sunnis took a shot at me. When at the beginning, if you look at my shorts, you want to see my shorts at the very beginning? At the very, very, very beginning? It wasn't what you guys are seeing now. It's just because they keep taking shots. If they stop taking shots, then, well, there's a lot of things I overlook. But I'll show you some of my videos at the very beginning in regards to Sunnis and Shias and all of this stuff. So, your videos, my channel. Where's my channel? Where's my channel? This is my channel. This is my channel. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just give me a moment. Man, they're getting a lot. There's an Allah. This is from God's. A reason why some Muslims are vile. What you present. Problem. All right, here we go. So this is really old. Style has changed, and I've learned a lot during the years. So this is how I approached the matters at the beginning. Before they started to call me kafir and all of this, and I honestly didn't think they would call me kafir, by the way.
Chad, Muslims, do you believe in God and the Quran? Yes. Do you believe in the blessed Prophet Muhammad? Yes. We have a lot of enemies. Let's work together. Yes. God will judge our differences on the day of judgment. Yes.
Petty Muslims.
Ali was supposed to be the leader. I don't care. No, they stole the election. They stole the election. It was not right. I don't care what you say. Your hadith is wrong. I know what's right and you are wrong. And you are people always wrong. And you always causing division. I am here to help and you are here to make problems. Why don't you listen to me? I don't listen to you. You don't listen to me.
My servants, speak what is best. The devil wants to cause disagreements among you, and the devil's a clear enemy. Chat.
So yeah, so at the beginning, I wasn't just targeting Sunnis just for the heck of it. But yeah, I saw this comment earlier and I started to laugh. You should start charging for sermons and dawah hourly. He charges per half an hour. Asim al-Hakim is now rich doing that, and you're still poor. Religion advice with dollars. I should start selling mats, prayer mats. I think that's my next step, brother. No religion advice without dollars. Hey, you can't pay for my time. I don't. God bless you, brother. Allah Abu Sulaiman, may God bless you. Believing two contradicting statements are true is actually anti-science. You know, I want to show you something. What is the opposite? Where is it? Yeah, hold on. I remember. There it is. Where is it? I used to find that there was like a university in Texas that if you like, they wrote the opposite of a science is data gained by testimonial. Yeah, what is the opposite of the scientific method? I believe, and it's like data gained by testimonials. So there, it just goes against. I'm trying to remember. If I find it, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, so it says, I might find it on one of my archives. But yeah, when you used to Google what's the opposite of the scientific method, it would say data gained by testimonials. So there's none of that. JS, it's slang for mainly, wait, their story. All right, let me see what How do you guys learn about Prophet Muhammad? Whatever I know in the Quran is what I need to learn about him. If I want to read some history that's pertaining to him, it's not religious studies. It's the same thing as me reading people what they wrote about Jesus. It's not something that is important for the religion. The stories are not relevant to me. What Abu Bakr and Uthman and Ali went through, this is for them on the Day of Judgment. I'm not responsible for them, nor am I responsible to learning about them or who they are. It's not religious study at that point. This is not Islamic study. This is just history. And your religion is not history. God is going to ask you or tell you, like, I gave you money. What did you do with it? I gave you your parents. How did you treat them? Those people, how did you talk to? How much did you pray? How much did you fast? How much did you give? This is what God's going to question you about. But if you're going to sit there and say that Aisha said that 5 breastfeeding is sufficient for someone to become a muhram, he's going to say, prove it. How do you know Aisha said that? Oh, because ilmul rijal. Because experts told me. That's not going to cut it on the Day of Judgment. That's not proof. And if someone imagine on the Day of Judgment, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually just hit me like a ton of brick. Imagine on the Day of Judgment, me and Ali Dawa standing next to side by side. And God asks us the same question. How do you know the Quran is preserved? I'm going to say, God, you promised that you were going to preserve it. And then Ali says, God, you said that you were going to preserve it. And God says to him, but that's circular reasoning. Prove to me how I preserved it. Ooh, that would be scary, because that's what they say. They say that's circular reasoning, right? I am content that my word of God is proof. For them, it is not proof. So they're going to be asked, show me the proof. And they're going to say, well, Hafsa and Asim, and then God's going to show them the actual history, and they're going to have no proof because they have absolutely no idea how the preservation is done. It's a miracle from God. That's the whole point of a miracle. Because if they were capable of understanding the methodology and the way that God preserved the Quran, they would have preserved their hadith. But they didn't, because they don't have that knowledge and they don't have that capability. We take it one person per person based upon what people wrote. I don't know them. I don't know what they're about. I don't know what they said. I don't know what they did. There are records of what people said they did and done. Some of them seem like upstanding citizens. You could take some stories of Umar bin Khattab. If some of what they say is true, he sounds like he's a good person. You see Abu Bakr, you see Ali, there's some things that they did which seems that they are good people, right? But I can't pass a judgment that they're going to heaven. You guys do that, but yet the Prophet didn't know who's going to go to heaven or not. But then you read the things about Muawiyah, and Muawiyah looks like a criminal, like legitimately, like looks like an extreme criminal. But then you have these people who are super fanatics. It's just like how you have fanatics for like the UAE governments now. You have fanatics that were from Muawiyah, but that started to get like inherited. So I'm pretty sure in 100 years, we're still going to have people who are defending MBS, even though MBS passed away by then, supposedly. So it's like, I think this is what this is not Islamic. This is what you guys call Islamic studies. It's not Islamic studies. This is just history. Muhammad, don't you call them mushriks and say they aren't believers? So isn't it the same energy? Yes. When they call me kafir, I'm going to tell them they're mushriks. I just don't open the door that way. So when I had the debate with Al-Yamani, that's how he wanted to open a debate. If he wanted to open a debate, no, I'm going to step on a different type of foot with him. If he's going to be like, well, the kafirs among us, bro, you're a mushrik. Who are you calling a kafir? The guy that believes in God's book is a kafir to you. And you who believe in multiple books, there's one God, but to you it's multiple books, and I'm the kafir? Bro, you're the mushrik. So that's a different. But I don't start off the debate or the discussion with anyone. It's like, hey, bro, you're committing shirk. Is when he steps out of line, then no, bro, you're a mushrik. You're looking at one, lady. Bro, Muhammad, they are not Sunnis, they are Salafis or Wahhabis. That's the problem with Sunnism. Real Sunnis like Sufis are not violent. Sunni, the word Sunni covers a big range of many sects. Just like how the word Catholic technically covers many sects, which are still under Catholicism, but it's not the same. And they all do the same things that you guys are saying. Well, not you. I mean, like, they do what you're saying. It's like they're not real. They're real. They're not real. Sorry if I'm missing questions. I'll try to catch up. And whoever invents about Allah untruth, after that, those are the wrongdoers. Yeah. Why doesn't Quran call them mushriks for lying about Allah? It's not okay. So there's a difference about someone who's oppressing and lying about God. The mushrik is saying that they are what? Revelation from God. One. A mushrik is saying that you have to believe it so that for you to get saved. That's a mushrik. A mushrik is one who cuts up his religion, as God states, right? A mushrik is a person that wants to attribute other books to God that are not from God. Okay, if someone says that the prophet said these, and I believe that that's what the prophet said, is it revelation from God? No, that's not the same crime as this is a second revelation from God, so believe it. Okay, but then God said in the Quran in chapter 6 that don't let the devil entice you. I'll pull up the verse. I think that's the easiest way. Don't let the devil entice you, and like he did with your parents, repelling them from the heaven. I think it's entice, devil. I think it's 7. Yeah, I think it's chapter 7, not 6. Gotta double check, but I believe it's 7. Don't let the devil entice you. Yeah. Ya bani Adam yaftiyannakum ash-shaytan. So this is extremely simple. This is how I use the Quran to know your hadith is just makes no sense. It's just not needed. Let's go to this verse right here together. Read it. Yallah. Inshallah khair. Entice. Okay, there it is. I hope you guys can see it. Apologize, I need a secondary screen sometimes, but there it is. O children of Adam, do not let the devil entice you as he outs your parents, your two parents from the garden, abstaining them from their clothes in order to show them their bodies. So what does the devil do, ladies and gentlemen? The devil is trying to get you naked. The devil wants you to show your body to others that are not in a moment where you're not allowed to show them. And that point, they were not allowed to show each other. Okay, so do not show your body, your naked bodies to other people, because that's what the devil wants you to do. In your hadith book, God stripped the clothes off Moses and he showed Moses' naked body to the people. He ran around with his balls hanging out for the children of Israel to say, hey, look, Moses' balls are fine. Don't say that I'm being rude. Don't say that I'm insulting Moses. I'm telling you what your books said. Your books are the one who are talking about Moses' testicles. I'm not the one who brought Moses' testicles to the equation or to the guidance. You're the ones who want to talk about our blessed prophet Moses' balls and how God stripped his clothes and made him run naked, even though that's something the devil does. Please give me your sharh al-hadith. Oh, because God wanted to free Moses from what the children of Israel were saying, where the children of Israel were talking about his testicles. Yeah, but this sharh doesn't go with the Quran, because God clearly tells you that it's the devil that wants to strip your clothes off you. If I sat here and I went to somebody, and I guarantee you this, and you'll see this in a debate done. Okay, this is a debate tactic, and I know my enemies don't watch that much, but I'm going to show you a debate tactic that I'm going to use, and I'm going to make a clip of it, inshallah, when I use it. I'm going to go to somebody, I'm going to be like, hey, I heard there's a hadith where the blessed prophet, that he took off his clothes and he was showing his balls to his companions. Is that true? The guy will flip on me. I'm telling you, you're disrespecting the prophet. How do you call yourself a Muslim? You're talking in a disrespectful way about the prophet. And I'm going to be like, hey, bro, who's talking about Prophet Muhammad? I'm talking about Prophet Moses. And then you're going to see him go like, oh, wait, system crash. Because he's going to assume, because the way that I presented the hadith is the way that they talk about the prophet in respect. I'm going to say like, hey, I heard that the blessed prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he took his clothes off and he was showing his testicles to his sahabas. Is there such a true hadith? And I'm telling you, I guarantee you, they will flip on you because it's disrespectful. But they have absolutely no problem disrespecting Moses. What more? Like, I need to end it. Like, that's it. That's where this is where it's done. Like, what more do you want me to do? Like, we're talking to you about the Quran. But at that point, when I make that point, it's the end of the story. You guys worship the prophet. What you guys say about other prophets in the hadith books, you would not let it be attributed to the Prophet Muhammad. If I go around and be like, hey, Prophet Muhammad, because of his insolence and him not saying inshallah to God, he had sex with 99 girls in one night, right? And he only brought one scrawny kid. I guess he's not a strong seed. You guys are going to flip that I'm insulting your prophet. Mut'a marriage, no such thing, bro. No such thing. Hey, Muhammad, what do you think of stabbing of the bishop? That's dumb. I mean, that's not how you deal with religious debates. Even if someone, look, man, if someone's burning the Quran, right, that's a form of blasphemy. If there is a leader in position that's going to deal with it, they deal with it. Someone talking bad about Prophet Muhammad, you talk bad about him. If you are in a position of power, you censor him. I'm sorry, I would do it. If I was a religious leader, not a religious leader, a community leader, right? Or if I was a president of a country and somebody wanted to disgrace, let's assume Buddha, I would stop them. I would ban them. I would censor them. Why? Because you could talk about me. You could talk about the government. You could talk about the neighborhood. You could talk about systems, anything. When it comes down to God and people who are addressing God in a positive light, this is off limits. It's not for free speech anymore. No. At that point, I'm not a free speech absolutist. You're going to be censored. You're going to be fined. You're going to be. But is murder the right way? No. Unless if he's inciting for violence, then I'm going to bring my gun to the table. You're talking about bringing guns to the table. Bring your guns. I'm going to bring my guns. Because if that's how much you hate my prophet, that you need to bring a gun to the table and put it to my face and tell me I can't talk about my prophet, no, I'm going to talk about my prophet and God is going to give me the victory. If not me, it's going to be my kids. But if you're going to talk about land and you're going to make it about land and you're going to fight about land, then why would God give you the victory? You're fighting over worldly life. Hint, hint. But anyways, I think I'm maybe stepping a little bit off what we should be talking about. Ali, no, okay, so drop shipping cannot be haram. Okay? Drop shipping is not haram if there's a contract in place. If I have a courier delivering my product to another salesperson, I am responsible for both parties. I'm responsible for the person who's selling it to me, for me to pay him. That's my first responsibility. And my second responsibility, Pete. Yes, Pete is my second responsibility. But my second responsibility is to make sure that the product is reaching its destination. Because I have an oath with the first person, and if I'm not paying him right away, it has to be written. If I'm paying him right away, then it's not written. And the other person, at that point, it has to be written. Why? Because there's a time where it's going to reach them. I do not need to touch the product, ladies and gentlemen. It does not work that way because it's just normal trade. This is just normal trade. Drop shipping is okay. When you're doing a stream with Farid, man, I love Farid. Honestly, guys, I understand that we don't see eye to eye, but I'll tell you something about Farid. He has a proper way of talking. He's civil, okay? He practices what he preaches. He's a normal guy. He means well. He might not like me. He might even go as far as hating me. But the way that he approaches the matters is always very civil. It's seriously like someone who is who understands religion. You know, like to him, there is God in the picture. I am talking and I am representing what I understand from God. So God is judging me. So he tries to be as fair as he can, despite people like not agreeing with him. So I don't have a problem with Farid. If he wants to make a hit piece, I would still keep the respect because I just think that on the day of judgment, that man would be on a different standing than like Ali Dawa or Muhammad Hijab and stuff. I think he has a little bit more ground to stand on than compared to those. So those two, I'll be a little bit different. I'm just confused why Adam and Eve need to be covered with each other, because at that point God has told them that there was no concepts in regards to sex or any of that from what God has showed us. God wanted them to be covered. God covered them, and he had asking them, and as soon as they ate from the tree, they themselves felt shame and wanted to cover themselves. So that's what the story is telling us. But their test, one of the tests, is them stripping their clothes off themselves. And that was something that they shouldn't have done. Maybe it was his spouse, but they have yet not had a marriage contract. Maybe they're not allowed to have that relationship yet. But God made it clear that this is what one of the things the devil does is he tries to get you to get naked. Like, if you want, I can also rip my shirt here in yellow. But I don't think it's about the shirt. I think it's about the private parts more than anything. Let me see. أشرف المرسلين وكان غيره من الرسل أقل شرف. استغفر Allah. Okay, so what my good brother here, Abu Sulaiman, is saying that he is the most honored, Ashraf. He's the most honored of the messengers. This is what people say about the Prophet, as if like the other ones were not as honored, you know? Like it's such a worship, bro. What do you think of the theory of evolution? There's some truth to it. What do you think of the theory of the evolution? There's some truth to it. What do you think of the theory of the evolution? There's some truth to it. What do you think about spamming my channel? Please don't. Yes, this is a very, very smart point. The West, okay, in their little labs to help the Zionist project, they needed to show the worst version of Islam in the West. Okay, so they created this entity, right, which is based off Hadith, not the Quran, because it's not possible to create ISIS just purely from the Quran. It's not possible. God tells you do not transgress is the end of the story. So they had to use all these really weird Hadith and twist them in a way to create these guys. Not P. P is a good guy. But these guys right here in the comment. So yeah, but you see, this is what I mean. Like here we have my sister chocolate lover saying, fully agree, we shouldn't kill. I'd also censor insults against the Prophet. This is if chocolate lover, if she was in a position of power, this is how she would approach this problem. Does not mean that this is the best way to approach the problem, nor does it mean that it's the only way to approach the problem, because people will understand the Quran a little differently. So some people who could be a little bit more harsh, no, they want to put a blasphemy law, and if you blaspheme, you're exiled or you get the capital punishment. Some people want to approach it that way, and some people say, you know what, it's going to be between them and God on the day of judgment. I'm going to allow the free speech. Each one is going to produce a result. So whatever you put in the pot, as a community, you're going to be eating. If I'm going to be a free speech like absolutist and people say whatever they want, the result is known with God. I mean, and it's for us to find out. But we can use our vision that God gave us, and we can kind of see the future a little bit on what would happen. Exactly. Lol. What about devolution? That's when you start to accept certain things that are not from God, start to devolve here. Yes, true. Okay, so there's a difference here. Why did Prophet Sulaiman plan war if faith is voluntary? This is a king. A king is different. A king can be territorial. Prophet Muhammad was not a king. Okay, Jesus was a king technically. A lot of the people that came from the Prophet Muhammad was not a king. He was a prophet. Okay, you cannot talk about territorial gains without someone going to transgress against you. So the Prophet did not start fighting until they fought him. Now Prophet Solomon, he had an issue in one time in his life. He was so focused on the worldly life and the riches of the worldly life that he forgot his Lord. His Lord tested him. And Prophet Solomon, his answer was, God, give me a kingdom that nobody behind me will have. So the prophet asked God for a favor. But now this favor has a responsibility. Because this kingdom is under Solomon's care, it has to be dedicated back to God. And he is going to use this kingdom to kind of cleanse the world of what he can from any form of idol worship. So when the bird came to him, what did it say? It didn't say that they were bad people. The only thing that it told them is they're worshiping the sun. And why were they worshiping the sun? They should be worshiping God. So Solomon, he issued a threat. You either come submissively or I am going to fight you, because I don't want people to worship the sun in my territories or around my territories. To him, it was a territorial game. Can we do that? No. Can we put influence and pressure for people to not worship idols? Yes. Teaching and all sorts of things. But the second they attack us, then we have every right to fight and defend. And if we gain territory in that moment, then we have to, obviously there's the rules of war. We can't just hit civilians, and we have to stop when they stop. When we get prisoners, we don't kill them. But if we take over the land, then it's my land, it's my law on the land, and I'm not going to allow that kind of stuff. I'm not going to allow for that kind of worship on my land because it's tainted. So Prophet Solomon is a king. He can go ahead and fight, which we don't have that access anymore. I hope that makes sense. What do you think about working in the bank as an accountant? No, I wouldn't. Okay, so listen to me. Here, it's if you're stuck for a job, I can understand. But if I'm not selling drugs, okay? I'm not the one who's handling drug money. I'm not the one who is marketing drugs. I'm just delivering the drugs, okay? There's a drug dealer and there's a buyer. I'm just the middleman delivering the drugs. I'm just a delivery man. But the actual person that I'm serving is a criminal, right? The money that is being used is criminal money. Now, God is telling you here that whoever is dealing with interest, it's a war with God and his messenger against the people who are eating interest. The bank is eating interest. You are helping in that process. Yes, you're doing it for money. You have your intentions, but you are still giving the foothold for the people who are working with interest. You know what I mean? But obviously, this is an easy answer. No, I would not allow it, nor would I want to do it. And I would be scared the whole time. Because the war is specifically for those that are believers, that say they believe in God and then they're working with interest. Paying interest is one thing. This is not the crime. The crime is eating interest. You're helping facilitate for those that are eating interest of hardworking people. So I wouldn't do that. This was a very excellent question. This is very excellent question. But you know, there is also the concept of a person not understanding, as I was saying earlier, as not seeing it the way that I do, where they do want to establish the world in a way so that they would force the name of God everywhere. Some people say that there's no compulsion in religion. Yes, there is no compulsion in religion. I cannot force you to be a Muslim. But what I can do is take over your territory through political means, through territorial gains, through many ways, annex you, take over the leadership, right? And then I would apply the laws that I want. Is that something that can be done nowadays? You're seeing it. You're seeing Russia slowly taking over Ukraine. You're seeing Israel, or Zionist. I don't give them the name Israel. They don't deserve it. The Zionists are trying to take over the Palestinian territory. And everywhere in the world, you're seeing these little people trying to take territories. As soon as I take the territory, I'm going to put my law. And if my law is, there's no other religion being practiced except the Quran in my area, and any other religion that God has spoken about in the book, or only monotheistic religions can be talked about and preached in my area, then that's the law of my land. If someone kills me and takes my position, and then he's the ruler, the president, the king, they can do whatever they want. It's quite simple. Solomon's approach was like, I'm going to clean this world. I'm going to clean this world of the filth. Alayhi salatu wasalam. Okay, let me go back down. I'm sorry, I have to skip some. Means it will be loan money from the bank. Let me see. Did I miss anything here? No. Peace. This is an after sermon discussion. It's live. Yes, it is. That's how kingdoms and nations work. Exactly. So, but if someone is more attached to God, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important lesson. The Quran is speaking to you in the ability that you have. Imagine Putin becoming a believer and following the Quran. Because of his experience and the responsibility that is on his shoulder, he will understand the verses much differently than we would. Not much differently, but his way of approaching it is different. Because below him, he has millions of people that he has to, one, account for, and B, kind of answer to and lead. And if, like MBS or Mohammed bin Salman, if he's approaching the Quran from the Quran alone position, he's going to see it much differently as well, because he's seeing it from a level we don't. He has different types of enemies and he has different types of people getting at him. But if he wants to become loyal to the verses, anyone, even Trump, if he wants to start becoming loyal to the verses, these verses will help him differently than us. Now, people who've been spending their lives building empires, if any of them become a believer, their first goal is not to, I can't build empires. No, I want to build the biggest empire and I give it to God. So on the day of judgment, I did something really good because this is the experience that I have. So you know what? Europe, the EU, I will manipulate it in a way so that now I will subvert it. I will remove the ideas that they have about Sunniism. I'll work with the enemies against my enemy, and then I will turn on my enemy, and then all of a sudden now I'm in control, right? Why? Because I'm taking the first devil out, the stronger devil, and then I'm going to go for the weaker devil. But I'm going to use the weaker devil against the stronger devil. And now here, I have EU in my grasp. What's the message? Believe in God, be good people. This whole concept of interest, this fight for these, what do you, the cold wars that they're experiencing, this overinflation, this is all solvable. Why? Just turn back to God. The reason that we're going to, but okay, people are loving the message. Now you have these people under your hand, you go to somewhere else. What's the problem there? If I can beat you politically and mentally and intellectually, right? Fine, come at me physically. But at that point, I hope I have enough resources to also subdue you physically. And then the message of God is within the land. I mean, we should, by the way, you as a believer, you should try to go up the chain in your head. Like, how would these people approach the Quran? And then you learn more on how people view the world. Not saying that I'm going to take over Europe. I'm not saying that I'm taking over Europe. Peace out. Yes, I believe they already came. Yes, Brother Charlie. God bless you. I've been thinking about the email that you sent me. I need to, yes, the part of moving it over is easy. But I want to do something where both me and you are involved so that it's a project. But yeah, that's something that I'm still kicking my head. But yeah, of course, God states very clearly that before he removes a nation, that they will get a messenger speaking their language. And I think that has happened many times. Yeah, in the English language, I think the British Empire is no longer how it used to be, nowhere near how it used to be. And before their like removal of history, they had the messenger speaking in British. Hello, chops. Maybe we should turn back to our Lord. But I think the Ottomans is the same thing. So they had a person that's speaking their language. Yes, Turkey is not like the Ottoman Empire in modern day Turkey, because they don't want to say the word Turkey anymore. Turkey is not like the Ottoman Empire, nor is the British, like the United Kingdom, is nowhere near to what the British Empire was. This is all said and done in the old ways. But for them to be removed from being a superpower, they would have got their messengers. MFG, next time any Sunni call you a kafir, I'm not offended. And be proud that they call you that. They reject their religion, so logically for them, they are kafirs, and we're proud of that, right? No, I appreciate that. But it's about the discussion, right? I'm not offended. Why would I be offended if someone called me a kafir when I know I'm not a kafir, right? But it's their approach to the problem is how you have to deal with it. So obviously, body language is something that's very important. I believe the Quran talks a lot about body languages, where God showed you that whatever their hearts is concealing, because you hear it on their tone is giving them away, right? You could see on their face that their eyes are turning from fear. So God is telling you to focus on the person's body language, because those things is very, very difficult for a human to control. People say, oh, humans bleed the same, so we should be brothers. Well, I don't need to cut you up to know you're human. Why? Because all humans smile the same. All humans get angry the same. All humans like react the same when they're seeing something like dumb. But I focus on these. So if I'm talking to somebody about God often, and the guy is showing me respect and listening to me, and then I go quiet and I change the topic, and then I come back to the topic of God, and I see him go like this, right? Just really quick, he just goes, I know he's not interested anymore, because he's rolling his eyes, but he didn't realize that I knew, because these are called micro expressions or really tiny expressions. But God wants you to focus on these, and you're gonna be like, "Hey, bro, you're bored," because the guy's like, "What do you mean?" Because these things is just involuntary. They're just showing you their emotions. Or if I'm talking to somebody and somebody goes like this to me, like, "Okay, I know that person got angry in that moment." So if I'm approaching a debate and a guy goes to me, "These kafirs around us," it's like, bro, one, I'm seeing your arrogance. B, your word choice, and C, your tone. I don't appreciate. I'm going to answer your body language by what God has shown me. I don't get offended. I'm just playing the game. It's not a game, but I just playing the thing. Well, I don't believe Quranists. They do not have a specific school of Islam branch or madhab. They read the Quran and live by what they have read, and anyone can interpret Quran differently. Is it the same people asking the same things and saying the same things? That's what it feels like. What it feels like. Is interest from a loan? Yes. Yes. Okay, sorry. No, I said something wrong. You eating interest is haram. You paying interest is not haram, but you should avoid it. If you can take a loan or borrow from a family or somewhere where you're not paying an interest, that's normal. But if you have to pay the interest, you're the one who's being oppressed. And the person who's doing haram is the one eating the interest. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Buying a house and you paying interest does not make you a criminal. Nowhere in the Quran God tells you that you're a criminal for paying interest. Okay, so sorry, my question was not complete. Means it is allowed to loan money from the bank. You can loan money. Yes, you can loan money and do what you have. But if you can avoid it, you should avoid it. What haram is ad'af mudaf, and that's actually a very good point. That is what's completely forbidden, which is compounded interest, right? So right now, my interest rate is 4%. Okay, I borrowed from you 100, and you gave me a 4% compounded daily. Okay, that'd be crazy. So you have right now, I borrowed $100 and 4% interest. Okay, so now we'll multiply the 100 by 1.04. So now I owe you the next day, assumingly, by $4. Okay, but then we take the 104 and we multiply that by 1.04 or 4%, right? Or 104%. And then so that interest that you collected is also now getting multiplied by the interest. It's getting compounded. So at certain times, it just becomes extremely oppressive. So a good example is the student loans in the US. This is compounded annually, and it's very oppressive. So a person can borrow, for example, $40,000 for his education, university education on a student loan. And then for 10 years, he could pay about $30,000 and he would still owe $20,000. He would still owe $20,000 to $25,000. Yeah. Yes, actually we do, bro. Ken, why don't we have records of early Muslims altogether rejecting hadith? Yes, we actually do. We actually have many scholars that you guys don't read about, because why would Sunnis teach you about scholars that are rejecting hadith? You have Al-Jahiz. He said that anyone who listens to Abu Huraira is contemptible, that they're dumb. They don't know what they're saying. Abu Huraira is a terrible man, according to Al-Jahiz. And then you have Al-Shafi'i. He's debating with the people, which he called them those that rejected all the narrations, which are what you want to say is the hadith rejectors. Umar, Uthman, Ali, and Abu Bakr, none of them compiled hadith, nor did they sit and actually want to compile hadith. There is a narration that Abu Bakr compiled some hadith and then he couldn't sleep at night until he burnt it, saying that it would take away from the book of God. There's a time where Umar banned the writing of hadith so that people would not forget the Quran. Do you know who's the first Quranist? The blessed Prophet Muhammad. Let me go back down. Quran is meant to be read scientifically to understand. It should be approached in a way. Oh my God, guys, I'm sorry. I just saw how much more messages I have. Yes. Okay, I'm going to scroll bottom. I apologize. I'm trying to keep up, ladies and gentlemen. Ken, you should probably try opening. I do. That's how I understand it. Ghayth to me is defecation. It's just you when you poop. So I try to, that's what I usually do. I poop and I take a shower. If it's not possible, then I just go on with my prayers. And when I can, I will shower. But yeah, usually when I poop, because I poop one time a day, after I poop, I shower. That's Muhammad's hadith about pooping. But that's what I understand as ghayth in the Quran. So إذا لمستم النساء أو جاء أحد منكم الغائط. So it's like, yeah, so if you touch your women, or if one comes to you of impurities, which I understood as defecation. Exactly. That's why we need the fourth generations that broke the cardinal rule. Don't write anything except the Quran. That's all you need. Hasbunallah. Narrated by Mo. Yeah. And I can confirm it by an Albanian. I have an Albanian that can confirm it, since now we're waiting for the 1976 for a man to come by and say, like, yeah, bro, this is Hassan. This is Sahih al-Albani. I have a few Albanians that can verify that I poop once a day. Yes, but here's the problem, Muhammad Group. I live in a Muslim country, so we have no interest loans here, which is true. But the oppression here is different. So what they do in the Middle East, so that they would afford interest, compounded interest. What do you want to do? You want to buy peat here, right? This plant. This plant is going to cost you 100 dirhams in the Emirates. This peat here is 100 dirhams. It's an expensive plant, but you don't have the money. So you go to the bank and be like, hey man, I fell in love with peat. I want to buy him. How much is peat? The bank gonna ask you. It goes $100, 100 dirhams. Okay, the bank goes, look, man, I'll buy peat for you and I'll give it to you. I'll pay 100 and I'll buy peat. But then over 10 years, you owe me 140 or 150. So that's what they do, is just a quick trade, and then they give you the time to pay them off, and then they have their administrative fees and late fees and all this other nonsense that they attach. But where's the oppression? Well, if I'm going to make a trade with you, I want 5%, 10%, maybe as a trade, right? Like, this is what I'm going to benefit off you. But they go as far as 60, 70, 80%, some of them, 50%, 40%, which is a big margin, you know? Yeah, and then I debated with them. These guys are, and hello, Mr. Salam Rodriguez. I see your comments, so I appreciate you being here. The Mahdi has arrived movement. This is nonsense. I debated with them. So these groups, it's called the Ahmadiyya, the religion or whatever. It's not Ahmadiyya, the Qattanis, the ones in India. This is a different group. This is where the Mahdi has arrived, and they show you the Mahdi and whatnot. So they have a concept which is called resurrection, not resurrection, reincarnation. So they believe the Mahdi got reincarnated in many people, and these prophets keep getting reincarnated. Their spirits just keep getting reincarnated, which is obviously nonsense. There's no such thing as that. Now, if you listen to this Mahdi fellow, when he starts to speak, he is unintentionally calling himself their Lord. It's like there's a hadith says that whoever prays the Asr or something, like something about Asr, that they have seen their Lord, and then he will say, I am Asr, and everybody will like prostrate in front of him, and he won't prostrate. It's like, bro, this is kind of culty. But I want to tell you something about this group, okay? Because I do my research, okay? So this group, the individual that calls himself Mahdi, he has another partner. They have accounts in the UK, and they have open corporations in the UK and the United States. Now, I saw his private Facebook, the Mahdi, without his hat, without his thing, and it shows that it's almost a big show for them, where it's almost seems like they're funded by a certain group to cause these kind of issues, right? Now, unfortunately, because of their way of propaganda, they're getting funding, and this funding is paying for a lot of their things. Because it's weird how they have like satellite, like TV, like satellite in the Middle East, like satellite TV channels. They have this big presence online where it seems like it's getting paid, and they have very professional quality studios. Who's paying for all that when you guys don't have that many people? So it's a subversion tactic, and it's extremely flawed. Did I insult you? I think you're talking to somebody. Can I take drugs? No, you can't take drugs, because God says there's a few things. Do not approach the prayer intoxicated, right? And God says that the devil is trying to block you from the prayer and to cause discord between the people, between alcohol and gambling, right? So God is giving you an example, and God tells you to ponder, right? And God states that in alcohol, there's a lot of sin in it, and there's some benefits. And the sins outweigh the benefits. So think about it, right? So here, think about it. You get high, You get your little bit benefit, but it's going to cause you a lot of problems. It causes you psychological problems. It causes you social problems. It keeps you away from the prayer. You can't remember God. And a lot of people who think about God while they're high, they end up coming with these really, really far-fetched, crazy scenarios that they really believe because the drug is enticing them, right? So no, I wouldn't recommend you to take drugs, bro. I think it's a sin, so you shouldn't do it. I believe it's a sin, and it's obviously a sin. So, and God tells you to avoid the sins. Brother, don't participate in it. Muslims should join each other and give qard al-hasana to each other. Qard al-hasana, yeah, that's a very good way. And I think insurance is the same thing. I think there's a Islamic way of coming out in insurance where the person is not benefiting. Yes, you can have a salary which you take from the thing, but it should always be a pool. When the pool is full, then you don't need to have people still paying into the insurance. So it's a weird system that I see in my head. So imagine like I have 10 neighbors and we've all now have been paying into the interest, and now we have a secured funds that is sitting there waiting for a disaster to happen or for someone to crash his car. Let's say it's a car insurance. So I will see what's the most expensive car in the system, right? And people are going to pay accordingly to their cars. But when I can afford the most expensive car and maybe one more, I will stop collecting insurance because now I can cover based upon like how many people are getting crashes and whatnot. And then I would collect when I need to collect. It's a very easy system because I have my insurance ready when it needs to. And the more people come, and then at that point, I would still keep collecting insurance as people join. So would it ever technically stop as people paying? No, but your payments will start getting less as more people come. Not because of your history, it's because of people getting less. But if you start to crash your car often, then at that point, then no, your insurance policy would change. But it should be all within taqwa, with conscious of God. Charged 100%. Do you understand the gardens of refuge and lotus tree and other verses? Lotus tree, Sidrat al-Muntaha. So yes, there is a way of what I understand is that is where the heaven is going to start to get built first, is what I understand. At that tree where he is at. Because heaven is not built right now. You cannot see heaven. Heaven, God says that on the day of judgment, he says this in chapter 21. All right, and I'll bring up the verse. I think it's easier if I show you the verse, where God tells you that he is going to create heaven in front of you. So there is no heaven right now. For notification, we certainly, after remembrance, as we initiate, we will repeat it. Okay, there it is. So this is the verse where I'm quoting, where it shows you that heaven is yet not created. Because God is telling you that, one, there's a verse where God says he will, the skies and the land will be different than what the skies and the land that you're on now. فاستجبنا له ووهبنا له إسحاق ويحيى ولقد كتبنا في الزبور. It's right here. يوم نطوي السماء. You guys not seen this? Share this tab instead. Let's go like this. وإسماعيل وإدريس. So yeah, okay, here it is. Indeed, those from whom the best had proceeded from us, those will be distant from it, it being hell. They will not hear its hissing while they are in that which their souls desire eternally. So they're not going to hear hell, and they're going to be in what their souls desire eternally in heaven. The greatest fright will not grieve them, and the angels will meet them. This is your day which you were promised. Okay, the day we will fold the sky like the folding of a scrolls into a books. So God is going to roll up the sky in front of you, right? As we initiated the first creation, we will repeat it. It is promised upon us. Indeed, we are the doers, right? So God is going to repeat creation in front of your eyes. So this world is going to get destroyed. Imagine yourself in the Matrix. Everything is, you're on this like plane. You don't know how you're standing. Ground is like moving around you. Everything's getting flattened. Things are breaking down. The sky and the moon are no longer existing. They're coming together. Everything's flat in front of you. You're facing your Lord. And then God starts to create heaven in front of you, and he kindles the fire, right? Because God says the day that the fire is kindled. The day we will fold the sky, like the folding of the scrolls in the book, as we initiated the first creation, we will repeat it. It is a promise upon us. Indeed, we are the doers, right? And we have certainly written in the Psalms, after the remembrance, that the earth will be inherited by my righteous servants. So this can be understood as the Psalms, Zubur, but it also could be understood as the records, because every people have their records, which is what the word Zubur, right? So after the Zubur has been done, the records have been done, that this land, not earth, the land, that like the things that we walk on, it will be inherited by God's righteous servants. So I believe Prophet Muhammad we're taken to the point where heaven starts to get created first. Wallahu a'lam. I have to preface it that way. Can I take drugs because it doesn't say in the Quran? No, you can't, bro. And you can't sell drugs because that's corruption in the land. Give me the answers. All right, sorry guys. Oh, subhanallah. Habib al-Qalb, why do you make me? May God forgive you, bro. May God forgive you for any sin that you did. And may God increase you in the world, here and the hereafter, for you and your parents and anyone around you that is a righteous person. Thank you very much, bro, for all your support, Abu Sulaiman. I swear the day that I met you from Grace and Brock's stream till now, you're an amazing individual, bro. You give me so much hope that, like, you know, they say that one of the toughest places is in the Middle East for people to believe the message of God. Yet I see the people who believe it in the Middle East are just like, I mean, in the Gulf, are like really, really dedicated people. So thank you very much, man. May God grant you all your wishes in the world and the hereafter, as long as they're good wishes. Alhamdulillah. Riba is penalty for delayed payment. Visa is the best example. It never stops and there's no ceiling or cap. Exactly. I wanted to tell you something, bro. You know Rashad Khalifa? He said that it's impossible for an Arab that's from the Gulf to believe in him. And that's one of his prophecies. And the submitters, they said they have yet to meet somebody from the Gulf who believed him as a messenger. Imagine God sending a messenger on earth and saying, like, this group of people, all of them, this whole race of people will not believe in God's message. So he's not a mercy to all mankind. He's a mercy to mankind except the Arabs, apparently. And because he goes, because God says that the Arabs, al-a'rabu ashaddu kufr. So it's like nifaq. So the Arabs are the most staunchest in disbelief and hypocrisy. But yet he didn't see the other verses where God's saying, and from the Arabs, al-a'rab, not Arabs, but it's like almost the Bedouin Arabs, that they give their money and they really love their God. Like, so what about those verses? But it's crazy, man. Have you heard about Ahmed al-Hassan's cult? I think is the guy with the dreams. Is it the guy with the dreams? Pakistan and all this. It doesn't tell you to pray upon the Prophet. Okay, so it's sallu here. It's like communicate, right? As I say, salah is communicate. The way that I see this verse, it's not just one prophet, the Prophet. So if I say to you, write a correspondence to the king. So who's the king now? I'll write a correspondence to him. So whoever fills the position to the king, I will write a correspondence to him. So when God says, Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi, ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, sallu alayhi wa sallimu taslima. The very important part of this verse was sallimu taslima. Okay? So this part, I'm going to show you a verse. I'm going to show you another verse where God says the exact same. Wa yusallimu taslima, which is in 465. Let's go back to this, and I want to see if it's this, and I'm going to go to 465. Okay, and then we're going to go to chapter 33 and show you the verse. 465, right? Here goes, فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ حَتَّى يُحَكِّمُوكَ فِيمَا شَجَرَ بَيْنَهُمْ ثُمَّ لَا يَجِدُوا فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَرَجًا مِمَّا قَضَيْتَ وَيُسَلِّمُ تَسْلِيمًا. You see this part right here? وَيُسَلِّمُ تَسْلِيمًا. But no, by your Lord, they do not believe until they make you judge in whatever they dispute among themselves, and should find no difficulty within themselves what you have decided, and to submit with submission. Yusallimu taslima. So now when we go to the verse in chapter 33, I'm not sure of the actual verse, but I'll just look at it. Oh, close enough. وما كان محمدا Inna Allah wa malaikatuhu. So remember, guys, there it is. Inna Allah wa malaikatuhu yusalluna ala nabi. Indeed, God and His angels reach out to the Prophet. Oh, you believe, reach out to him and submit with submission. It's the same thing. وَسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا. It's the same thing that we saw in the other verse. So for me, the way that I understand it, okay, so there is something that we're differing about. I would go to the messenger. I'd be like, hey, sir, these people are saying this thing, and these people are saying this thing. What's the truth? He's going to say, well, God said this in the book, and therefore the answer is those people are right. Oh, okay, that's the truth. I will submit submissively to what you said. Okay, I will submit submissively to that decision. I'm not going to sit and argue and do all this nonsense that people usually do. Now, when you go to the verse where God is saying to you, Sallu alayhi, communicate on him. Okay, and Sallimu taslima. What do they say? God, bless Muhammad and say salam to him. Well, that's not what the verse is saying to you. God is not going to do taslima. He's not going to yusallimu taslima ala nabi. He's not going to submit submissively to the Prophet. So the way that I approach this verse is I say to myself, I'm in a very weird situation here. What would the Prophet do? You know, the Prophet had very high morals. So I'm going to try to understand some of those morals, and I'm going to do it now. So the guy is yelling at me. I don't believe the Prophet would yell back at him in this situation. That's what the Prophet would do. I'm going to submit submissively to this connection that I made. Oh no, he used the word connection for salah. No, because I am communicating about my Prophet on behalf of my God. As I said, communication is divine communication with God, right? Or God communicating to somebody, to God, or from God, or communicating to somebody on behalf of God. So what would God, so God has guided the Prophet. God has communicated to the Prophet. So I would say, what would the Prophet do in this situation? Because God has communicated to him. He would act in this certain manner. So I would submit submissively. Okay, now I know this information about Jesus. I'm put in a situation where, okay, what would Jesus do in this situation? You know how Christians say, what would Jesus do here? Okay, what would Jesus do? Okay, I would submit submissively because that's what the Prophet does. That's how I approach this verse. SubhanAllah. Can we join live? Would you like to? Would you, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, would you like to have some people join live? But I only have 1 hour left, by the way. I have only 1 hour. Start the comments. ومن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا أو قال أوحي إليه ولم يوحى إليه شيئا. Yes, that is the problem with Rashad Khalifa. So he kept saying a lot of things where he's saying that it was a revelation from God, but apparently it is not. He failed. I truly think, I mean, guys, I'm going to have a very good video for you guys. He says, this guy that claims that he was a messenger in the 70s and 80s, he goes, anyone who died before the age of 40 goes to heaven no matter what. There's no discussion. So if you're at the age of 39 and you off yourself, you go to heaven. Let's just go get drunk right now, everybody. Let's go experience that in the world. Let's go be the worst human beings, and we have a pact. At 39, we kill each other because we go to heaven. So we'll enjoy the misery of this world, what people chase after this world, our desires, and then we get to kill each other. Okay, I know who I'll start with first, and then we go to heaven according to this guy. No, that means you don't love God and you are tempting. No, you can't give me apologetics after you say a statement like that if someone dies before the age of 40, that he's going to heaven. And there's a verse in the Quran. God states, it's a very simple question. He tells the Prophet, and ask who we have sent messengers before you. Did we set up a deity other than the God to be worshipped? No messenger will say yes, except one, which is not a messenger. Rashad Khalifa goes, oh yeah, God, he made the devil as the representative of God on earth. And for whoever doesn't want to worship God, then Satan is a temporary God on earth. He literally says that. He says, Satan is a temporary God on earth. So people worship Satan on earth, and he's the successor. Adam is not the successor. When God says, I'm creating successor on the land, which is obviously Adam, the human being, the Rashad Khalifa, no, that was the devil. Come on, Ashley. We have our fun. We do our everything. Then you just drink a little bit of Kool-Aid at the age of 39 and a half. You're worried a little bit because he did say it's lunar years, or he did say solar years. But if you want just to keep it on the safe side, we'll go into lunar years, you know? So instead of killing ourselves at 39, we'll just kill ourselves at 37. Who's here above the age of 40? Who's here is above the age of 40? I'm sorry. Now you have to be a good human being. Now you actually have to practice the Quran, okay? You passed off the cutoff age. The hidden secret. Brother, listen to me. Peace upon you. I know you watch a lot of my material, and you've said always to me some positive things, and I understand that you really appreciate Rashad Khalifa's work, okay? Yes, Code 19 adds another layer to how intricate the Quran is, and if someone wants to also produce a book or a surah like the Quran, they have to have a mathematical pattern in it. There are some things that can be said about Code 19, but yes, there is a Code 19 in the Quran. It does not mean that Rashad produced a miracle, nor does it mean that it's his miracle. It's Prophet Muhammad's miracle. It's in Prophet Muhammad's book. God has produced it in that book. It got discovered years later. It does not necessitate for the person who discovered it to do so. There's a lot of scientific miracles that were discovered later that Muhammad didn't know about, but yeah, he said them in the Quran. Doesn't mean that anyone who discovered them is a messenger. Let's put that to the side. The age of cutoff is nonsense. God is going to take the person based upon who he is. Yes, there is the concept of rushd, and there is the concept of nikah, so the time when you're mature. But as you grow older, then the more the judgment is going to be based on who you are as your abilities. Would a baby be judged? No. But a 22-year-old is now wise enough to know what he's doing. He's in a position where he can make life-altering decisions on someone else's behalf, and it's not out of ignorance. There is doors of repentance. There is doors for you to come back to God, but you cannot tell me that the children of where God clearly states that the child of Adam is in trouble for killing his brother, right? That he's one of the people of the companions of hell. You can't tell me, oh, well, no, because they're children, he's not going to hell. What do you mean, bro? What's that mean? And it doesn't work that way. You see, guys, you see, I'm sorry, I'm going to use you as an example. You're saying the best miracle. How is Code 19 the best miracle? How is that a better miracle than the Quran? The Quran is true, and it's the amazing miracle because of its contents. It's a book from God. Having a geometrical value, or it has 19 value in it, does not make the miracle bigger than he had a very big problem in his exegesis. Rashad Khalifa, this is a very big portion of the video that I'm going to show you. Not now, but I'm going to show you in detail. He was so disconnected from the Arab that he was translating Arabic of the Quran. He was translating it as he pleased to make it about himself. He abrogated most of the Quran when the Quran is talking about messengers, because he started to say it's him, right? And when God says it is Ihdal Kubar, he's not talking about Code 19. It's got nothing to do with Code 19. When he says alayha tis'ata ashar, alayha, right here, alayha cannot be the Quran, because that's feminine. Alayha is feminine. So it's not the Quran has on top of it 19. He's talking about hell. وَمَا جَعَلْنَا عِدَّتَهُمْ. It's not it's عِدَّةِ الْمَلَائِكَةِ. We just not did the concept. The concept here is not the number. عِدَّةِ الْمَلَائِكَةِ وَمَا جَعَلْنَا عِدَّتَهُمْ إِلَّا فِتْنَةً. So God is talking about the trial of the angels that are 19. He's not talking about the number 19 specifically. Is there a pattern 19? Yes, but actually anyone who understands numerology will tell you point blank, 19 is a bad number. And he himself dived into a numerology looking for the number 19, and he started seeing 19 everywhere. Anyways, but it's not the biggest miracle. The Quran is the biggest miracle. This is just a little tiny miracle within it. But he didn't produce it. He discovered it. But this is going to be a fun video. And sorry, I was going to do something and then I forgot. Oh yeah, about killing ourselves. It's okay. Yeah, but okay. Look, man, the reason why I'm doing this is because one of those people came to us and started to say that I'm an enemy of God, and they're always taking down these Quranists. But this man that claims he's a messenger, he was so disconnected from the Quran, what the Quran said, and he made it about himself. in the last, at the end. So yeah, these are all going to be presented, and we're going to show. Yeah, but you can't say that Satan is a temporary god. No one in the Quran calls Satan a temporary god. He's saying that they call him gods. They're worshiping what they're calling gods. Yes, he uses the word ilah, but he didn't say that I set up a temporary god. God never said that. God never used those words that I set up a temporary god. People set up fake gods. People made fake deities. But God clearly states that he knows that they're not worshiping a thing. But here you're saying no, that God gave Satan the power to be a temporary God, is what the weirdo said. No, man. Hello? I wish the hidden secret, you are a very good brother. And I really, really, really wish for you, I really hope for you to wake up from that and realize that they're a cult. They're not following the Quran, they're a cult. Okay? Because I have a debate with them where I show you the Code 19 fails into this whole thing that they're trying to talk about purity and preservation. And when I asked him, how do you know the difference? He goes, oh, you just have to listen to the messenger. So that doesn't work that way. So they could not prove their position. But brother, he was supposed to discover Code 19, and that's how far it went. It doesn't. He started to assume that he's a messenger. He started to translate the Quran, which wasn't a proper translation, and he started to give his exegesis, which he was not authored to do. Just God allowed you to discover a miracle because you asked for one. It doesn't mean that his whole life he was on the straight and narrow. And he himself said to you that in 1990, that Egypt's going to get destroyed. He made that commitment that Egypt is going to get hit with an asteroid, or the Middle East is going to get hit with an asteroid. Didn't happen. He said in 2289 or something, that's when the hour is going to occur. There's absolutely no messenger in history that came and told you when the hour is going to occur. But this guy's saying, I know when the hour is. This is not signs of a messenger. This is signs of someone talking to the devil after God gave him a blessing. Did the people think that they're going to say they believe and not get tested? He got tested and failed. It's very simple. It's very clear. Anyone with knowledge of the Quran knows that this guy was saying a lot of fake things, wrong things, and he just made it about himself. So he didn't have the traits of a messenger. Which nation did he get sent to warn them in their tongues? He was sitting saying that the CIA is a good thing. He was sitting here blessing the Americans, saying that they're more guided and they're more Quranic than the East because of how much he hated the East. But yet he didn't go to the East and warn them in their tongue where he got kicked out and they got destroyed. None of that occurred. So he never fulfilled anything to do with messengership. And yeah, he failed a lot in the Arabic. Ammu Faisal. Yeah, it's very true as well. I can't talk about that. Muhammad, why are you attacking Rashad Khalifa? Because you're going to announce yourself as a messenger soon and say whoever how do you guys get to these conclusions? So if someone denies Rashad Khalifa as a messenger, then he has to be a messenger? Is that how it goes? No. Rashad Khalifa simply is not a messenger. I'm going to prove to you how he's not a messenger. What's that got to do with me or me announcing messengership, or if I'm a messenger or I'm not a messengership? I don't sit here and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a messenger, because that's not the purpose or the reason why I do this. Because if I was going to do this, I would have done that a long time ago. But you guys keep waiting and you guys keep getting disappointed. And whoever disagrees with you is a disbeliever. Let them believe, let them disbelieve. I present my position of what I understood from the Quran. Baba Shu'aiba, who's an excellent brother, presents his version of what he understood the Quran. There's many other people online that present the concept of messenger is not what you're thinking. What Rashad is talking about is prophethood, because we are all disciples of the messengers, those that understand the Quran and put it. But I'm not going to put myself and say, I am the messenger of God, and therefore, if you don't believe me, you're a disbeliever. This does not get applied to someone who's just saying the message of God, delivering the message, because the book itself is the message. Do you understand that concept? So when God is saying, obey God and obey the messenger, I'm telling you a message, I'm telling you the Quran, so obey the messenger. God and the Quran. That's what the messenger gave you. I cannot sit here and be like, hey, bro, you need to grow your beard or you're a disbeliever. Or, hey, bro, you need to say salam to the angels or you're a disbeliever. What? What are you talking about? Hey, bro, Satan is better than you. He's the representative of God if you don't want to worship God, and he's a temporary God. Excuse me? Well, you're a disbeliever if you don't believe me because I'm the messenger of God. But why is it about you? Look at his final conference. I'm watching a lot of his material and I'm taking a lot of notes because you guys went above and beyond after me defending you. That's why I'm targeting Rashad and the whole cult now, because I defended you guys multiple times when the Sunnis attacked you. But then they came to my territory and started to attack me. Why am I being attacked? What did I do to you guys? I was technically your friend, but that's the thing. God says that we believe in the whole book. You guys believe in Rashad. You guys put Rashad and Rashad's Hadith as your Lord and Savior. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. If Rashad said it, that's the truth. Now I'm going to show you how this man is no better than Shafi'i. He's no better than Ibn Hanbal and all these other people. But the difference is now you guys are saying, well, if you don't listen to him, he's a messenger and therefore you're going to hell. No, bro, I'll take my chances because I know for a fact that he cannot be a messenger. I'll tell you for a fact, there's no messenger that will go around and say that Satan's a temporary God. The messengers will tell you Satan is weak. His plan is weak. Satan, it takes a little bit of believers to beat the devil. So if he's a temporary God and he's that strong and he has these numbers, then I can't defeat him. That's what it means to be a temporary God. like your whole concept is so flawed. I really wish you guys understand that this guy said a lot of lies. And the only thing that they pull you in is like, okay, now we're going to be Quran alone. We're going to follow the Quran, but we need some guidance because we are not that strong in the Quran. So now they try to give you answers and say that this is what the messenger said. But he's wrong. That's not what the Quran says. Show me the 5 prayers. You can't. Why is his prayer the style that it is? Because it's hadith. He removed 2 verses from the Quran saying that it's from the devil. Sorry, guys, I overspeak about certain. When Rashad confirms 2.5 zakat, confirms exactly. That's exactly the truth right there. You see, he goes 5 prayer. I asked him, where'd you get the 5 prayers from? Oh, and then they're trying to bring up verses, and the verses are not lining up. Where'd you get 2.5%? Oh, that's what the messenger said. Where'd he get that from? Well, I guess he went to Azhar, in Egypt, and he spent a lot of time with Sunnis, and he did not disconnect. What about the 7 times? Oh, that's the problem. Why are you saying salam at the end of your prayers when there's no one next to you? We're saying salams to the angels. Where'd you get that from other than hadith? So it's not. No, I'm not using that. I'm not using that fake archive and whatever you guys are trying to accuse me of. I'm going off his own words at this point from what he is presenting to people. Did he not say that an asteroid is going to hit the Middle East? And it's been 30 years now, no asteroid hit the Middle East. Or do we have to wait until an asteroid hits in 1,000 years and then you go, oh, well, Rashad was right? No. When Salih said that stay in your house for 3 days and then the punishment of God comes, the punishment of God came. There's no punishment that he promised is coming. There's no prophet that's going to go around and be like, well, this race of people will not believe me because the door of repentance is closed for them. What messenger is this, man? He's easy. He's super easy. He's super easy because of how much lies he did. You guys want to follow him? Include it. You know what Arhamur Rahimin means? You know what Arhamur Rahim means? The most merciful of those who gives mercy. And therefore, there's more than one person giving mercy. I can be a Rahim, but I can't be a Rahman. God doesn't say Arhamar. No, you can't even say it. Rahman is all inclusive at this point. No one can be a Rahman. Ud'u Allah wa ud'u Rahman. But the word Rahim can be applied to many people, to many things. Anyone who gives mercy is a Rahim. But God is Arhamur Rahim, the most merciful of those that give mercy. So that what you're presenting is a no-brainer. It's very easy. Yes, the Prophet can be a Rahim, but he can't be a Rahman, and no one else has been said as Rahman. Arhamur Rahimin. See, bro, very simple, very easy. See, guys, here we go. This is what these people from Rashad is just because they saw an asteroid in NASA, and if it doesn't hit, then I guess we'll wait for the next one. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Any more questions? Wait. Oh, man, I asked the question. I didn't see the answer. Would you guys like to jump on the stage, some of you? Causing beef in the ummah. What do you mean? I'm not the one who's going around saying that we're enemies of God. I wasn't the one who sat and came to my community where my people sit and we converse, and somebody from them wants to come, a prominent figure of the Rashidonians wants to come and say that I'm an enemy of God. Hasbunallah. We don't. I never took a shot at anybody, bro. But as soon as you take a shot, I got many ammunitions. I like how people are saying that, anyways. Yes, those verses were. The Quran was not preserved until Rashad came around. And this is a question that you can all ask them, and they will flutter. Was the Quran preserved before Rashad? They want to give you a life story. Was the Quran preserved before? Yes. Okay, but there's a mechanism. There's no mechanism. The Quran was preserved. You're sounding like Sunnis now. You're trying to answer a Sunni question when that Sunni's question has no basis. And plus, whatever you're explaining to me, it does not fix the differences between Shu'bah and Hafs. And it's a significant difference. And then they go to me, well, no, it's the way that you can put it in. Oh, man, I'll show you. It was a very interesting explanation. And lately now, they want to use words like encryption. The Quran, that these letters decrypt the Quran, but then they don't even understand what encryption is. When I'm looking at something that is encrypted, I can't read it. It's not possible for me to read it. Until I decrypt it, then I am capable of accessing what the word says. But people were capable of reading the Quran without code 19. So what decryption process are you talking about? Oh, no, that's not what we meant. It means it's a tool to verify its preservance. Only for those surahs that have the dots. And even the way that he was counting these letters is very objectionable. Because if you look at the earlier, watch this, guys, I will destroy much of what they say very easily, but I'm going to give it a very nice video. So there's a letter which goes like this. Ha. Remember that? Ha, right? But if you put two dots on top of it, it becomes ta marbuta. Okay? So in the way that they count letters, which is kind of crazy, the ha has a value of 5, and the ta marbuta has a value of 400. But Rashad opted, because his name ends with Khalifa, which is a ta marbuta, but he wanted to put it as a ha, so he started to count the ta marbuta as a 5, because he's the messenger, he decides to. Okay, but now we're going to talk about consistency. When you look at the earlier text, he's right. The ha doesn't have 2 dots. I mean, the ta marbuta doesn't have 2 dots, yet it's still said. They don't salah, they say salat. Okay? It's not Mecca, it's Mekkat. And back then they would say it because there was a way for them to signify that it's a ta marbuta, not a ha. And it had a different count. Now, but he wanted to not count the ta marbuta at all when he's doing the taha count. But if you look in the same corpuses that he would use, the word ta, right, has another letter, which is the exact same letter, but has a dot, and it becomes va. Ta and dha, but he would not count the dha, which has a dot, but he would count the ta, which doesn't have the ta, and then he would count the ha, which doesn't have a dot, but then he would also count the ta that has dots. So why is there insignificance? Why is that the way it? Oh, guys, I will show you. And then he starts picking random letters from chapter 19, like, oh, we're gonna take ha from here, and then we're gonna take the ta here, and then we're going to take the ha from this one, and then we're going to take the sa meme here, and then I'm going to show you it's 19. Well, what about the rest of the letters in 19? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm the messenger. No, you're just putting numbers together so it would equal 19. It's so crazy. Like, there's a few of them. Yeah, if you count them, they're divisible by 19. Amazing. God did something cool. But he went above and beyond to make it about himself. Hasbunallah. Hasbunallah. Oh, wow. Do you have any charities initiatives going at the moment? 1, right? The orphanage in Uganda, we're still working towards that. And we're doing that part. And now 2, I'm going to go to South Sudan. No, I'm going to actual Sudan, not South Sudan, Port Sudan. Soon, inshallah. I'm thinking about it because my brother who's here, my brother Mahdi here, we've been discussing that, you know what, we've did a very exceptional good job with you guys did an amazing job in helping with the orphanage in Uganda, okay? And guys, 100% of the money went. Okay, well, there's still money that's sitting in the account that is used for the project. I just don't give them the money right away. So what we're doing is we're helping with this orphanage, and we want to like have money for a whole year of food for them, and we just trickle it to them, and I also have, I'm going to make like beneficiaries and stuff. So if I pass away or something happens to me, the money is still handled. 100% of the donations, and we're like putting the paperwork for everybody to see. But what we want to do as well is to approach another country in Africa and to help another country. Now, the thing with Uganda, the difficult part was the language. So people tried to play around because I didn't know the language. And at the end, God produced them and it was good. And yeah, so at that point, it was over. But I want to go to Sudan now that the war is subsiding and help with the orphans there. So we have Uganda. Uganda is still going to keep running. We're going to help with the orphanage in Uganda. We're finishing the kitchen. We're going to provide them with the freezers. We're going to provide them with the solar panels. We're feeding them. We fed them every day this iftar, meat, protein, the whole 9 yards. They were getting the vegetables. 300 children, 250 of which were orphans or neglected children, and the caregivers. We were finishing. We gave them mattresses. We gave them a whole sorts of things, and we still have a good budget for the food for the rest of the time. As per the new project, we want to go to that war-torn country. I'm thinking Sudan. Me and my brother Mahdi were still talking about it, but most likely it's going to be. Oh my God! Most likely it's going to be Sudan. Habibi Farid, salams, bro. I actually spoke about you a little earlier. I really did. I said, and I'll repeat what I said because I have respect for you, bro. Maybe we don't see eye to eye, but just the way that you approach matters and the akhlaq, your style of talking and the morals that you express, even with your enemies, it is always showing somebody that is conscious of God, regardless if we don't see the material or not. So I know you said there's a gift for me, but I don't, whether it is you exposing or responding or whatever it is. I even said to my audience, I would respond back in respect. However you would respond, it's just because like I believe, and this is, again, like God knows, but I think on the day of judgment you have a lot more stand or ground to stand on, is just because of who you are compared to like Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab and them. It's just because I think you are extremely sincere and extremely polite in your manners. So hats off to you, bro, and peace. Welcome, bro. Rashad Khalifa, unfortunately, he's not as popular as he assumed that he would be, because I'm gonna, in the refutation of Rashad Khalifa that I'm working on, he has clips where he's saying that millions are going to believe in him, and he honestly thought he was a prophet, more so decorated as a messenger. But he was completely wrong. He's not a messenger, and he makes our life here now as people who are presenting the Quran alone community a little difficult. I did try to defend them a few times, but they now express us as kuffar. Rashad Khalifa is, he's not. Anyways, man. But yeah, Farid, bro. May God bless your Eid. Eidak Mubarak. Naad alayk bil sahha wal afiyah for you and your family. And yeah, it would be very amazing if you could see our point of view, brother, with what was going on. Maybe you can, because you are someone who is, I think, sincere in your approach, and you do listen. Compared to a lot of Sunnis, you actually sit and listen to the argument. Whether you agree or not, you give us that time of day. So, yeah, may God increase you, man. And hopefully, God guide me and you. I know the word is heavy where it comes from Sunnis. But yeah, may God guide me and you more. So, yeah, it's always a pleasure seeing Farid everywhere I go, bro. God bless you. Muhammad Ali. God bless you as well, man. So, and Miles, this donation here, my good brother, I'm going to put it to the funds as well, okay? As much as I can from it. Siding with a Sunni, mushrik. I'm not siding with a Sunni or a mushrik. I'm giving respect where respect is due. This is something as a believer you have to do, even with your enemies, okay? Even with your enemies. And I don't consider Farid as an enemy. I consider Farid as a person who the verses where God says that those that fear God in the last day and they do good in the world, they have the reward with God. I am allowed to make this judgment based on what I'm seeing the guy's character. So it's not me siding with a Sunni or me showing respect where respect is due, because I would appreciate if the Sunni who calls me a kafir to also show me the respect, as God says in the Quran, right? In regards to your enemies. وَالَّذِي بَيْنَكَ وَبَيْنَهُ عَدَاوَةٌ, and the one between you and him animosity, treat him as a good friend, as your best friend, وَلِيٌّ حَمِيمٌ, right? And only the patient would receive this, and it's a very big blessing. So I would rather, me and Fareed, throughout all our life, not be on the same page, but at least we're laughing and having a cordial discussion. If it's Ramadan, I wish him Ramadan. If it's Eid, if it's his Eid, I'll say happy Eid, Merry Eid, Eid Mubarak, and then we move on. But it's not what you think. And if he does this, then it's between him and his Lord. But I wouldn't change because I understand who he is as a persona, and he knows that I'm a threat. But I wouldn't treat him like I would treat Ali Dawa or Muhammad Hijab. He never disrespected me in those ways. That's what's the beautiful about our religion. It really is. It's what's beautiful about our religion. We don't take the first step. But if someone takes the first step, you're more than welcome to do it. So yeah, I've never seen Fareed say nothing bad about me in that way. He might not like me in regards to my religion, but he never crossed me. So what's the point? Bingo. He chooses where he can find 19. When division does enough, he counts letters. Yeah. And then it's like sometimes he'll add the number of the surah and the number of the verse just to have that difference. And then sometimes he'll just add the verse number. And then sometimes he doesn't. So we need consistency. If it's a pattern that's meant, then it's like he's the only key giver, and then he's making these patterns as he goes. Because you have to understand, any number that I get to, I'm plus or minus a few numbers away from 19. But I can skip the closest 19 and add another 100 and then add another 4, and I'm back at a prime of 19. I just have to find one that would fit. And if it's not to my liking, I go just go in. I would just go around and do it again. Like, I would crush the numbers again. Yeah, no, that guy was very problematic. Why is blood still streaming? We're coming to the end. We started with the sermon. We talked about the importance of empathy and how God tells us about those people that their hearts got hardened because they moved away from the remembrance of God. So if you're not constantly remembering your Lord and showing that humility to your Lord, your heart gets hardened, which you lose your empathy. So when you see people dying, whether it's your enemy, children dying, you have to still feel something in your heart. When you see a child on the side of the street where his house just got burnt or his house got destroyed in an earthquake, you need to feel for that kid. It doesn't matter his race. It doesn't matter his background. It doesn't matter if his parents are Trump supporters. It doesn't matter if their parents are Zionists. That child has no idea what that is. If you see somebody who's homeless, who's a drug addict on the street, and you see him going through his struggles and pain, you have to have a form of empathy. This is the connection that you have with God, and God is telling you in the Quran, where you should ignore that empathy at times. Do not be sad for them. They chose that life. And there's some times where it's like, no, the orphans and the needy, did you not care for the orphans? Those are the people who deny religion, as God says, right? So those that deny religion, they don't care for the orphans. They don't care for the needy because they have no more empathy. Empathy is a very great tool, an amazing tool for you to see if God's doors are open for you. If you're not able to feel, if you're not able to see that emotions, if you're not able to get those feelings and your heart is hard, maybe you're hating me, right? Maybe you're hating me because you don't actually remember God often. Maybe you hate my methodology and hate everything because to you, you're not putting God in the picture. It's not what you think about me. What does God think about me? Am I a person who's trying? Yes. Does he have delusions according to you? Sure. But is he a person who is out to be malicious? Is he comparable to who you're calling him as kafirs and people who hate their religion and stuff? I'm talking to you about the Quran. I'm talking to you about the forgiveness of God. I'm talking to you about what gets you closer to God, which subjectively I've seen and objectively I've been able to measure because my mind has found that peace that God has promised me. God says that the Quran is a tool of healing. People grew up with psychological issues. The Quran heals them. I have experienced that firsthand. So I've seen the truth in the book. I've seen the benefits of the extended prayers when you're sitting for a very long time with the book of God and really enduring that standing, that prostration. Why? Because the man that goes to the gym for 10 minutes is not going to be the same guy that goes to the gym for an hour. And the man that spends in the book of God, spends 10 minutes with the book of God is not going to be like the man that spends an hour with the book of God daily, or 2 hours. Yes, 2 hours, 1 hour. This is where God is telling you for each, they have what they sought after, right? So this is why it's difficult for someone to go after me or Baba Shuaib when it comes down to the Quran, because we've practiced this book many, many years and many, many times. You don't have to agree with me, but the Arabic is helping me. I mean, like Arabic grammar. Some of your exegesis, Sunni exegesis, is backing me up in some of my claims. The actual text itself and how it connects with the Quran is helping me. So this is why it's important for us to talk at these extended times. People are looking for answers, and I'm trying to do my best to give people their answers. So, alhamdulillah. Akhi, you know what? I will invite you. Let's go. Habibi Farid, if you want to come up, please. There's a link. It's right here. Khod your white. Take your time. Bingo. Baba Shuaib lied about the Sunnah, claims it says Prophet slept with his wife on his period. You lie like Sunnis. Where did I say that? How about I join? Please, everyone is welcome to join. I have like a salam. Zaid, Habib al-Qalb. Yeah, so anyone's welcome to join. I'll put you guys up. I don't have that much time because I do want to relax. They say that tomorrow is the last day of fasting. I believe there's one more day, unless I witness the moon tomorrow. So I'm going to go off the moon. How about I join? I don't know. Is that a threat? Yo!
What's happening?
What's up?
Assalamu alaikum. Yo,
Walaikum
I
salam.
wanted to ask you, do you know a channel called Marvelous Quran?
Yes, Hani Achan. And actually, I think, look, a little earlier, Brother Mahdi was talking about, my Brother Mahdi said something that's very important. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about the orphanage, and we do have a link for the donation orphans, where you can either give a one-time or a sponsorship, and it's right here. So I put it in the chat, M2Quest/orphans. Orphans, I spelled that right. Okay. So, and so Farid actually made a very good video.
If I could just mention, subhanAllah, I was gonna actually, I seen you live, and I specifically wanted to join just to ask this question, and then Farid joined, and I know he made a lot of videos about this guy. So I just want to point that out.
He is very problematic, brother. Hani
Because I was
is
thinking he was saying some crazy things, like the guy seems something off with him, like just all based off his behavior. It seems like, I don't know.
I don't go off people's behaviors per se, because people can be passionate, people can be emotional, and yes, some people have psychological issues which have certain takes and certain whatnots. But for me, it's the text and what he's presenting. So if I just take a transcription of what a person says, this is the best way for me to judge what the guy is saying about God. Okay. So no emotions, no feelings. When I'm reading the Quran, I'm getting a text transcript of what the Prophet gave us, right? So I don't know his emotions. I don't know his style of presentation. I just know the text. So when I look at just the transcript of what Hani Achan is saying, it's like, okay, what do you mean? What do you mean Ishmael is Muhammad? What do you mean Allahumma is shirk? Like me saying Allahumma is shirk? Jesus said it. So you're saying Jesus was committing shirk when he's saying Allahumma? So it's
is he just basing this off like his own thought process, or is he using like particular evidences based off like the classical Arabics, or is he literally just making up theories about what the Quran is speaking?
What I think he's doing is what there's a group of people that try to redefine words, where sometimes there is a very niche, like a niche explanation for a word, where they would take it and run with it. For like example, the word salah, right? Like they would say that means following closely, because you would say it to a horse that's close to another horse, okay? But then they will say that that's what salah means. It means following closely, but it doesn't fit the Quranic narrative. And then they'll come back and they'll say, oh, it means a schooling session. Where did you get that from? That's not Arabic. Or it means duty. Again, that's not Arabic. So what he does is something very similar. Is he either finds very niche translated words, or he goes mix up his own definition.
Well, I understand it 100%. I'm on the same page as you, but see, this is why I bring that up, because I noticed with the Quran alone community, these people, like these no ritual people and people like this guy, this Marvelous Quran guy, like they have a substantial following. You know, because I'm gonna be honest, when I first seen about the Quran alone, I thought you were the top guy. I was like, oh, this guy must be the representative.
Who's the substantial following? Hani
Like
Acha?
yeah, he has like 45,000 subscribers.
It's already been proven that he was buying subscribers.
Say wallah.
Wallah. So he himself said it. He got caught. He said, guys, someone is trolling me and he's buying me subscribers and view counts. I wouldn't do that. Okay, but you have now 45,000 subscribers all of a sudden. You could see the views of his channel and you could see the comments. It does not match his subscriber counts. They're bought, brother. And then there's another guy, he's called Al-Manfeza. He did the same thing.
This guy has the craziest mental issues now if he's doing that. Like, this guy's crazy. But even besides him, though, like, yeah, okay, he's the fake then. But there's a lot of, you know, small channels here and there, but they you know.
Yeah, there's small channels.
They're making a lot of videos and they're speaking a lot. But what I was trying to say is that it seems like, man, this section of the Quran alone community, to me, is almost as bad as you could say as, you know, the mushriks at this point, because they're providing a lot of they're providing a lot of speculation about the Quran. But anytime I hear them speak, I don't hear concrete facts. I hear a lot of opinionated statements, to be honest. But I feel like, you know, if Sunnis are gonna come watch your videos and then they go on other channels and they think they're a part of the same community and they see them speak, they're gonna get turned off by what they say because they seem so like
correct.
What they're saying is just so illogical. Because when I seen your videos, like at first I was like, you know, I was from a Sunni mindset. I was like, oh no, he's not true. But I can't deny that he was speaking. You know, you're speaking with good reason and good logic. So eventually I accepted what you're saying as something that's very reasonable. But then I watched their videos and I immediately I'd be turned off from them because there's no logic, there's no reason. Like they're not bringing an argument that you can rationalize. The problem is if other people, you know, Sunnis come and then they see that, they're going to be turned off immediately, and then they're going to reject anything any Quran alone guy says because they're seeing what they're saying.
So I have 2 points on that. First, the first point is God guides whom he wants. So some people where they're sincere in their pursuit, they might land on a channel where it's very helpful. And then some people where they are going to fall into this trap, and then they end up going and chasing these people that don't know the Quran. So unfortunately, is a lot of the people that are making videos, when I address them or talk to them, how many times have you read the Quran? Oh, I read it twice. What are you doing making videos? You're not an expert in the matter field at all.
It's funny you mentioned that because you just had a video with some guy. I forgot his name is Nassim or something. Abraham, the Way of Abraham or something. I don't know. Remember his channel?
Yeah.
He was, you know, if I watch you or Baba Shoaib, I see that like, man, these guys quoting verses left and right. Like these guys clearly have an understanding of the Quran. Like say whatever you want about them, but there's no denying that they have knowledge of the Quran. But I'm seeing this guy speak. He doesn't even know the verses, and he's making up his own speculation about things and theories about things. I'm like, man, this is, you know, there's a limited amount of knowledge that they're using, and they're making big claims based off limited knowledge. No good.
He's a good brother. Walid is a good brother, and I think he has a pursuit, and he's starting the journey now, and he realizes that the mass is not telling them what they want to hear. The mass wants to hear the truth for them to react. If you're not saying the truth, the mass will not react because they have to hear the truth for them to deny it. But if you're saying lies to them, not many people will hear you. But that's the first point. And the second point, when it comes down to like, you have like Jake the Muslim, the Sunni metaphysician. He was a Quran alone, but he used to sit in Discord and he used to learn about these people from Malik Hamza and these like inconsistent views where he left. Because he was like, I can't take it anymore. These guys are making up a lot of nonsense. It just doesn't make sense. So to him, he said the thing that broke his back is that if the only revelation that came to the Prophet was the Quran, then why? Wait, which Quran is denying secondary revelation? The Prophet obviously received more than just the Quran as revelation, but we're not responsible for it. Moses' mother, she received revelation out. She's not a messenger. But then you have the story of Moses. Moses literally received revelation. What is it? Cut a cow, kill a cow, sacrifice a cow. And the people asked a million questions and he would get revelation outside of the Torah, right? And then why did they kill the cow? They sacrificed the cow so that he could bring the dead back. So this is revelation that's outside of the Torah. It's very clear in the Quran. But now is it a sunnah? So every time there's a murder, they have to go sacrifice a yellow cow? No. See what I'm saying?
It's interesting you mentioned because this particular concept, you know, coming from me, this particular concept, I could assure you many people, it took them a long time to get a hold of this concept. Because when they first see that, okay, so if the Prophet received ulterior revelation besides the Quran, how can you possibly ever distinguish that away from the Quran. Like they see that as if he somehow did it, then it must be just as equal to the Quran. But it took me a while to understand that there's the Quran, and that's the ultimate guidance, and everything else is just an extracurricular source of knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
There's duties.
That's the way I view it.
God said, obey the messenger. He didn't say obey the prophet. Because if he said obey the prophet, then we would be in a lot of trouble nowadays, because we were going to need to know what the prophet was saying. These are different duties. So when he's saying obey the messenger, what's the message? The message is the Quran. That's what you need to obey. That's what the messenger gave you. That's all you need. But for example, the prophet, when God is talking about fighting, he says with the prophets, a lot of Rabbaniyun. So the Rabbaniyun are the people who teach the book, are fighting alongside the prophet, right? This is, I believe, in chapter 3. Now, God is talking about the prophet engaging the war. But if you notice, in the war, the prophet is getting revelation. Okay, flank them around the mountain, because at that point they have a weak point, we will win. If they don't flank around the mountain, they would lose the war. If they listen, obey the messenger at this point, and because it's a messenger, but it's a prophecy, if they obey it, they win, right? But it does not mean now every time I'm in a war that I would have to sit here and flank them from the left behind the mountain. What if there's no mountain? What if I flank them and they're waiting for me, because every time I had a war with them, I'm flanking them from the left? So yes, the prophet did have support and revelation outside of the Quran, but it's only for him and his people. This is where it's like, and God in many times in the Quran, it says, isn't the Quran sufficient? Judge with what God gave you. Okay, is the Hadith revelation from God? Some people say yes, some people say no. How many Sahih Hadith are there? We don't know. 7,000, 10,000, 14,000, depends the person you ask. Okay, so which one should I take? Oh, well, no, the ones that we tell you to take. Well, how do you know? You guys are not in cahoots which one is the right and which one's the wrong. You still, 1976, we still have a man telling me this one's sahih and this one's da'if and all this nonsense. That's not happening with the Quran. So the Quran is sufficient.
Yes. And I also wanted to ask you just a quick question. I live in America. I don't know where you live, but when it comes to halal meat, like, because I used to eat like the Christian meat and stuff like that, but now I only
They're not
eat halal
Christian.
meat. Like, what's your opinion on that?
They're not people of the book. These are not who God is talking about. McDonald's is not people of the book. KFC is not people of the book. Okay, these people don't care about how especially McDonald's, KFC, Burger King. These are corruptors in the land. These people, these companies, they're geared towards pollution and corruption. I think a big portion
forget
of
about
the
McDonald's. I'm just talking about you go to the store and buy raw chicken.
I go to Costco, I go to Walmart, if it doesn't say halal on it and someone's taking the responsibility on his neck, I won't buy it. If it's not available, then I will make a judgment call based on what's seen in front of me. But if I can go to a place and if I have to pay a little bit extra where the guy is writing halal on it or kosher, okay, halal first and then kosher. If someone is putting their neck on the line, I'll eat it, because on the day of judgment, he's going to be the one who lied or not. But for me, it's very important to eat food where the name of God was mentioned on it as the animal is being sacrificed. For me, the way I understand it, we can't kill. There's no such, murder is not allowed, right? Solomon was not allowed to step on an ant. Like, God moved the ant so that Solomon would not take a sin by stepping on an ant unknowingly. And Solomon was extremely happy that he didn't step on an ant, killing it unknowingly. So for me, it's very clear that if I can avoid killing a mosquito, I will. If I can avoid killing an ant, I will, right? But what does that mean when it comes down to the animals? Okay, I don't have the right to spill its blood, but God gave me the right. Why? In the name of God, I'm going to cut your neck, make you bleed, put you to death, so I can eat you, so I can benefit. But this is by the permission of my Lord that I can cut you up and transgress against you and spill your blood. But if the name of God has not been said on it, this meat is not clean. This meat is of a crime. Does that make sense?
100%.
Yeah. So that's why we say Bismillah. Like in the name of God. I'm not the one who's cutting it. God is cutting it. But if you're gonna sit there and say, well, no, this is in the name of because he called himself a God. This is in the name of Yeezy. And you cut it. No, Yeezy never gave you permission. He's a fake deity. And that's what they used to do. Like, this is from this God, and this is to this God, and this is to that God. It's stupid. But God is the only one who gave you permission to spill the blood of these animals when you need to eat them.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for answering my questions. So, I just wanted to mention about that Marvel's Quran guy. I just wanted to get the understanding of that guy, because he just seems
No. This guy, look, I don't sit and watch a lot of people's material. I watch Baba Shuaiba because I learn from Baba Shuaiba. If I don't see myself learning a lot from people, there's things where I watch them, it's like I already understand the information you give me. I agree. You said truth there. But then when they start to go into their weird things, it's like, okay, man, God bless you. Hopefully God guides you. I'll leave a positive comment sometimes and I'll leave. Okay? Just because it's like words of encouragement. You're wrong. I don't need to sit here and tell you you're wrong because you're not going to agree with me. But whatever. Maybe somebody hears you as you did. You heard Hadi Achan, and then you land on my channel. So it's just part of the process. But he says a lot of wrong things.
Could I just ask you one thing though? Because look at this, right? As you know, there's this Hani Achan guy, and then there's the no ritual people, and then there's these Rashid Khalifa people.
Yes.
All these people, it seems like they're confused in one way or another. Like they're overcomplicated the religion and adding too many things and speculating on too many things.
Correct.
It just seems clearly that that's what they're doing. Like if you read the Quran, everything they say you won't understand it. They had to make this out of nowhere. My point is that I don't know, just my personal opinion from someone who enjoys your content and has learned a lot from you and Babu Shahid. I just feel like we should isolate from them because they're just a small subsect and there's just no value from them. And it's funny that you mentioned the Jake Metaphysics guy. I didn't even know that he left the Quran alone community because of that.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me though. It seems like a very realistic scenario.
Brother, I understand the benefit of ostracizing these people and putting them to the side. But there's a problem there. That is now you causing a division. I'm not here to cause a division. If someone is saying there's no rituals and whatever, and he can live piece by me, he's going to flourish as much as God is going to allow him to flourish with the lies that he spreads. Okay? Me, on the other hand, I'm going to spread as far as God allows me to spread with the lies and the truth that I say. It's the same thing with him. So if I am flourishing more than him, then I'm doing my part. I'm keeping peace with the guy that claims that he believes in the Quran, and I'm doing my part as spreading the. And if I can, I don't need to. I don't. My point is, brother, if I'm holding a candle and my neighbor's holding a candle, and my candle is a little brighter than my neighbor, if I take my neighbor's candle out, it doesn't make my candle brighter. It stays exactly how it is. So I don't need to take them out and ostracize them and put them. And that's how I treated them the whole time. But when they come try to take my candle, they're just little kids. So you just shoo them away with Arabic grammar, and then they go be quiet on the side.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? The Sunnis, would you say that you ostracize yourself from the Sunnis?
But the Sunnis are not following what God has said. This is not the same concept. For me, the non-ritual people, they're committing hypocrisy in action. And then some of them are showing true hypocrisy when they attack their neighbor. I don't care. I'm going to have hypocrites among me, that's fine. But I can't accept shirk. So for me, when I approach a Sunni, I do something called tabayyan. I go see this person's individual understanding, right? So if he's not agreeing that Bukhari is all right, okay, he didn't commit a sin yet. No, I'll filter Bukhari. Great. What about like if someone says Salatu alayka ayyuhan nabi in his prayer? Oh, I think it's problematic. You're right. I'll say Salamu ala nabi. I won't make it to him. Okay, so this person is showing true taqwa. So why would I sit here and also push him to the side? No, this guy is showing guidance. See, it's
that's
Sunnism.
a very good way of looking at it. Well, if this is
you have to. Sunnism
is a very correct way. 100%.
Sunnism as a concept is flawed. As a doctrine, it's flawed. These non-ritual people, this doctrine is flawed. But I have to talk about the doctrine and not individuals. And I would approach the individual on an individual basis. And you could see that in my debates. If the person doesn't start to yell, I won't yell. If the person doesn't go, best, no, I'll do the same thing. It's just, I'm going to put you in your position. You're not going to out like man me in that way. But non-ritual, same thing. Like, bro, I used to go to this guy called Sola Quran or whatever. I would say like, hey, bro, like when he says something right, I'll be like, hey, that's pretty cool. But when he's saying something wrong, I'll go, yeah, okay, that's completely wrong. But whatever, I'm not gonna sit here and correct everybody. It's not my job. And I will say like, hey, God bless you. And then one day he turned on me. No, I'll sit you down now and I'll tell you the truth because you're completely wrong. But you wait till they attack you, bro.
Well, this is for sure what you're saying makes the most sense because you're pretty much on it. You're judging on an individual basis. If someone is out of turn, then you got to treat them accordingly. But if someone's being respectful and has an open mind, then you treat them accordingly. This makes sense for sure.
Right.
Okay, well, man, thanks for
I do have some more people. God bless you, bro.
Right.
Thanks, yo.
Oh.
God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. All right, next in the line, we have Vierno. Majd, you're next, and then Sah. Peace, bro.
Hello. Peace.
Nice.
You hear me right?
Yeah, it's nice to hear from you again, brother.
Yeah, nice to hear here again too. I hope that you're doing very well and everybody in your family is doing well.
Thank God, everyone is doing well, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Just tell me your question real quick. Hopefully, I can can answer it because we have more people. So
I just want to have a clarification. So ultimately, I know that there are many ways that you and the God-19 or the non-ritual people are, I have some diversions. So I want to ask the ultimate question so that I can be very sure. So according to you, the God-19 people or the non-ritual people that you're saying, are they Muslim for you? Do you consider them Muslim?
Yes. Muslim, yes. Believers, no.
So what is the difference about
So God in the Quran never states, "Oh, ya ayyuhal muslimun." God doesn't say all Muslims. He says, "Ya ayyuhal mu'minun." Okay.
Mu'minun, yeah.
And Muslim is a person who submitted their will to God.
Right.
So there are Jews that are Muslim. There are Sunnis and Shias that are considered Muslims. There are individually, by the way. There's Christians that are Muslims. There are non-ritual people that are Muslims. They're just stuck in their programming that they can't escape. Sure, but have they submitted their will to God? Yes. Are they following what is actually God telling them? Probably not. But they still have that form of submission. That's what submission is. So God says that, and if it's recited upon them, they say, "This is the truth from our Lord. We were Muslims before it. We were submitters before it." So the concept of submission is very wide. But believers are the ones that believe in the Gentile prophet Muhammad, right, and follow the Gentile prophet. That's the believer. So all believers are submitters, but not all submitters are believers. Put it that way. So are they submitters? Sure. Some of them are Muslim. Are some of the Rashadians? Yeah, sure. Do they have a problem? Yes, they do. I have problems as well. I'm not going to say that I know my religion 100%. There's probably some things that I got wrong, but I'm not to the level of deviancy that I see these other people's doing. It's just because people have done a lot, like, growing up, people who I trust, they present the Quran and say, "You see this verse? What you said there is incorrect, and I will change my I'll change my stance, and I will issue that an error." But this is way before, and actually, even in the Quran study, I would say something and somebody will correct me. I'll be like, "You know what? I'll concede I'm wrong," right? But I don't see those people doing it when they're presented it. So, for example, I had a discussion with a good brother, my brother Musa, in the Quran study that we host on Telegram every day from 8 a.m. Eastern Study Time. We have an hour on our Telegram. We should change. So we had a discussion in regards to the word musrif wa mubvir, right? So for me, I thought musrif is the person who's spending their money in places more than what they have to, while mubvir is the person who's going above and beyond in what they're spending. But it was the opposite. And Omar, my good brother Omar, he said, "No, you're wrong, Muhammad, because look, musrif is, because of this verse, it shows that musrif is the one who is who's buying food, but he's buying way too much food and then he's wasting it. While the mubvir is like budr, which is the seeds. He's putting more than where he's supposed to be." And I said to everybody, I concede I'm wrong, because the proof has been presented. But these people from Rashad's side and the non-ritual side, you present to them the information and you don't want to concede. Well, then it's just between me, you, and God on the Day of Judgment. But I know you're wrong.
Yeah, but for them, I don't. But I think that it's difficult. It's difficult to. Because right now, when I see the video that you do, that the non-ritual people do, it is like, okay, it's just a reaction video. I don't see dialogue. I don't see discussion.
They're scared. They're scared for two reasons. One, they don't have a translation that they can use. They cannot translate the Quran. With the way that they present the Quran, they themselves cannot have a consistent translation and then present it. So the closest that they might use is the Sam Garin translation. But then you use the word salah and then he puts duty, which is completely disconnected from the Arabic. It has absolutely no attachment to what the word duty means in English as it means in Arabic, because duty needs to be a verb. So in chapter 3, Zechariah, he was yusalli fil mihrab. Now it's a verb. So what do I say? He was dutying in the niche. Okay, what's the niche? Well, he was doing religious duties. Well, that's not, God has said it's a clarifying book. Okay, salah is communication. He was communicating to his Lord in the mosque, in the niche of the mosque. That makes absolute sense. But they want to remove anything to do with the rituals, so they can't translate the Quran. And that's one. And two, they have to argue among themselves what those words are defined. Me and Baba Shuaiba, as he said yesterday in his stream, Bush 2G9. Listen, it's good. He said that like me and MFG, we are in touch with the primary and also the secondary topics. We're much in line, and we don't, bro. I swear, me and Baba Shuaiba, we don't sit and study together. We reach the same conclusions on our own. And when I talk to him, he's saying the exact same thing I'm saying, and there are small, minor differences. But on the whole concept of the Quran, we're in agreement. And when he's telling me his perspective, for example, like, hey, I don't need to face Mecca, he shows me the verses and I understand his perspective. And yes, you can make an argument from that perspective. So I have to respect the argument. I can't sit and say you're wrong. I can see how you reach that argument. It's done. But I can also show him how I am reaching the argument where, you know what, it does seem that I can face Mecca and I have to. And he sees the argument. He goes, yeah, I see how you see it, but I don't agree. And that's where we leave it. But we're both seeing the logic behind why the person is presenting his information. But when it comes down to the basics, like, hey, what's salah? Okay, communication. I swear to God, as God is my witness, and you can ask some people who are present. I made the video on how to pray a day before Baba Shuaiba made his presentation yesterday on Ayyub Kareem. I used the word, this is the first time publicly I'm using the word communication as in the word salah, which is, to me, is the closest way of understanding it. And yesterday, all he was saying about salah is communication. So we've reached the best word that we could use to our audience for them to understand what we mean on our own terms, and it aligned perfectly. And this is not perfectly, but it aligned very well. And this is why, I find him a very amazing person to support while he's supporting me in his way. So it's, but I don't see that on their side. The only thing that I see is okay, Ayyub Kareem makes a video about Baba Shuaiba, and then you have Hamza Malik promoting it. But the stuff that Ayyub Kareem said, Hamza Malik doesn't agree with. So what are you promoting? You're just promoting hate, is what they're doing.
No, I don't like hate because even in the Quran alone community, in the Muslim community, in the Muslim community, I don't like hate. So for me, the ultimate thing that we have to ascribe is not to, and doing some video, like I do a video or something, and after that, what will happen? We will again do another video, and maybe somebody will do another video, and it will be like I don't know. So we won't be focusing on the greatest things. Like right now it is. The best way to describe it, it is like civil war. I don't know. Be between us, because
brother,
if I can explain English. So sorry, because my English is not really developed.
I understand.
Yeah. So right now I want so the way I understand, there were a moment where there were different communities, the Quranic communities, the ritual communities, the non-ritual community, the people, and at that moment there were all type Quran followers. People were minding their own business, and after that there were a declic, an event, and after this event, it is like war between us. Between I don't know, between Muslim.
Being one of the people on the battlefield, okay, so one of the persons who's I'll tell you exactly what happened. So due to my good brother Abu Sulaiman, who was in the chat, he was helping me push a way to get to Grayson Brock. That's Grayson Brock, this good brother from the United States. He was really considering what Islam is, and he was looking to Islam. And he kept interviewing all these Sunni guys. And then someone said, like, talk to Baba Tribe, right? Bush to G9, talk to Baba Tribe. He's trying to set up an interview with him, and it just never clicked. I'm more like, okay, man, I'll keep pressuring the person until they talk to me some way, somehow, unless if it's like they just want to ignore me. So I finally got in touch with him. He agreed. Oh, the way that I got in touch with him is I kept monitoring his streams until he put a link. I jumped in the link, and he was very impressed with what I'm saying. We scheduled an event. And the first thing that I did, one of the first things that I did in the event is tell him to schedule an event with Bush 2G9. And I made sure that it would happen as much as I can with God's permission. So now you have these non-ritual guys watching us going on big streams, 200K subscribers, and he's talking about his positions and we don't agree. So they started to make videos against us. And it's just because we started now, well, God is giving us an opportunity to present our case to a big audience. They got really, sorry for the word, butthurt. They got really jealous. So now we have Maverick X saying that he's declaring war on us, and he declared the war, which is an intellectual war because he can't last physically anyways. But he wrote all this nonsense in my chat, and then he made a video. And it's like, okay, bro, you need to calm down because you're an idiot, like just plain and simple. And I proved to him that he was an idiot, right? And it's like, well, how do you say that God is not telling you if it's rotten meat or pig? It's obviously pig. And all the other nonsense that they did. Baba Shaiba did his response as well. He's calling us MFers and he's insulting us. It was very funny. We could see someone who doesn't know God trying to talk about God. And there's a verse in the Quran. It's very hated. Something that's extremely hated. When the believers hear somebody talking about the verses of God or arguing about the verses of God without authority, or like, and there's another verse where they don't have knowledge or a clear book or guidance, which is what these are. Yeah, Mega Mind, exactly. So I made my video, Baba Shuaib made his video, and we said, and we both like, when it comes to war, like the concept of war, me and Baba Shuaib will strategize in certain things. So we let them slip. Okay, we did the war and said, let them do their thing. A few videos later, it's like, okay, so now it's time to respond. We responded and they all went quiet. War's over. They have no ground to stand on. So we didn't start it. There was no civil war. They were just jealous. They were jealous because their streams get like 10, 20 people. They have channels that have like 1,000, 2,000 people. Some of them have 4,000 people, whatever it is. It's the very same events they're very small channels. And then they see us going through the airwaves. And this is all by God's permission. It's not me. It's just God's permission. So they're just not happy for their brothers spreading the message of God. They want to spread the message of God, but God doesn't see that they're fit for it, nor do they have the brains for it.
For me, like there's one of the first time that I jump on in the streams, I've said it many times that for me, I do not agree like when somebody tagging to other people hypocrites, but I know an hypocrite, and the hypocrite is my Maverick X. I know him because like he's like some in the circuit that we say that it is like a shaitan, like a div, like a
exactly
like
that's
shaitan. Like that yeah, that's a shaitan. And I think I think like Baba Shuaib said it in one of his streams. This Maverick X, what he did, he ignited the flame, so that people, us people, they I don't know, they fell into this in his trap, and it caused people to have hate and ego with each other. So what I'm saying right now, and it will be the last thing that I will say, and I will leave it to other people. I'm saying that please, whether that you are ritual, no ritual, coordinating people, let's find a channel or a platform. We organize a debate or a dialogue. I don't know, a debate that will have some I don't know comment on dit même
Moderator?
well, yeah, a moderator. So you will have a moderator. This moderator,
Brother, I
will
don't
be
think
fair.
it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary, and I'll tell you why. I just had a stream with my brother Walid, okay, from
Yeah,
the ways of
very
Ibrahim.
good, very good stream that I commented in
Yes, because the man is trying to show honesty and he's showing respect and he's being civil. So we can't get along, especially because we keep saying that we are believers in God, right? So if they cannot actually address me and sit me down and have a discussion with me, then I'm all right with it. That's them. And I will treat them how they want to treat me, and I'll forego. I'll forego and forgive what I need to forgive and forego where I don't see there's a point of addressing. But Brother Walid reached out to me, and me and him have a plan. We're going to try to finish this plan, God willing. Yeah, we had a discussion about ritual prayers and non-ritual prayers, and I showed him. And he said, you know what? I'll go through the Quran, I'll look, right? Whatever conclusions he reaches, that's the conclusions he reached by his grace. He can say to the people whatever he wants on his channel. But I also gave him advice. It's like, hey, man, the reason why your channel is suffering here and there is because these things people care about, you might not care about, so do those. Because it's a friendly discussion. We want people to get closer to the Quran.
Yeah.
If someone wants to sit and listen to Walid and love the Quran, fine. But I know something, I promise you something, which these other peoples don't have. Now, I just want to answer this brother here. He's saying that they were trying to ask for a discussion. That was not the case. They were taking hits. But the difference between me and Maverick X is I have been disciplined and I have the endurance because of the ritual. Okay, so I know that man.
This guy,
all of these people, all of them, from all the people who made videos, Ayub Kareem, Hamza against Baba Shuaib, Maverick X, all of these people that wanted to target us and target me individually, I know they cannot sustain is because they don't have the discipline that's required for you to stay close and connected to God, which is these prayers. So that's why I know it was a losing battle for them. They can't. But sorry, bro, I do have to.
But yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Goodbye. Have a good day.
God bless. Yes, thanks. I will also try to see if we can set up a discussion for anyone who wants to come up.
I really hope.
I'll put you as the moderator.
If they want a fair discussion, I will be there. And
thank God in our community we have a lot of fair people. Even if there's so many people that I would put even against Sunnis, and they would tell me to be quiet if I'm going to him because they're scared of God. It's not about me.
Yeah. So yeah. This message is for Muhammad from God, and it is for everyone that don't reach out people. This discussion have to happen, and after that, it's over.
You can ask a lot of people. Anyone that tells me that want to talk to me privately. I always post my Telegram, not the group. My name in Telegram is exactly the same name as my channel. You could always send me a DM. I try to read them as much as I can, and I answer as much as I can when time permits. But if you send me a DM asking for a discussion and you have a certain group and a certain people, I probably will not say no. So,
yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
God bless you
very much, man. God bless you. See ya.
Peace. Majd, you're next. You ready, Majd? All right. 1 second. Do you believe I've already discussed this like 20 minutes ago, man? Sunnism has concepts of shirk. Okay, Sunnism. Sorry, Theono, I'm gonna remove you. Okay.
Yeah. I will.
Okay, so Sunnism has concepts of shirk, but I will go individual based upon what the individual tells me. If someone comes to me and he goes, no, I don't think Bukhari is 100% sahih, okay, then now he's not committing a lie against God and his messenger. Do you have to say salatu wa salamu alayka ayyuhan nabi in your prayer? If he goes, well, yeah, but I go, well, do you have to talk to him directly or can you say it in third person? Salatu wa salamu ala nabi. Can you say that? Isn't that better than shirk? And he goes, yeah, I agree with you. Then no, he's not a mushrik and he can keep doing whatever he's doing at that point. But yeah, for me to classify someone as a mushrik, it's individual. But the doctrine itself, yeah, it preaches shirk. Majd.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I'm happy to be on. Thank you for having me. I'm in the Telegram. I voiced a few of my opinions on there. I was part of the Rashad Zionist server for a little bit, and there was like a after October 7th, there was a falling out between like the staff there and a few other submitters. So I kind of left. I distanced myself from those people.
Yes, that's one of the problems.
I find myself a lot more aligned. Like I don't want to make like a sectarian, like a difference between like those that believe in the code and those that don't. Like I really try to avoid that, like the Mahomshi, like the belief in God and that the Quran is sufficient.
Correct. And you know what? I meet a lot of people like that where they like, you know what? No, I do respect Rashad. Some people say he's a messenger. Some people he says they don't. But that specific Discord server, they don't want anything to do with it because that's where things are a little bit weird, right?
It's
so, as you,
yeah, like and I genuinely feel like because they have like I don't know how to say this like nicely. They don't have anything occupying them in the real life. They seem like they have a large presence online when it's like that view is such a minority view. And that's when yeah.
It doesn't work that way. So if you as you said, if you look at the chat group that's usually there, it's the same names that's been there, and then there's people that will come and go. Sure, they've been around, they have what they assume is a big number, but it's not a big number. There's no ihsa'iyat, there's no one's counting them on the world stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you could say, well, the Quran is the same thing. Exactly. So it's like you guys are just as niche as what you guys call us. But for us, we have our like roots in many of these other sects as Sunnis and Shias and stuff. When you present to them, they were like, bro, I am like that. I don't really take this other stuff. I just do what the Quran tells me. But if I go to someone and be like, hey man, have you heard of Rashad Khalifa? Now I sound like a Jehovah Witness. You know, it's not about the message of the Quran. It's about Rashad Khalifa. It's like, okay, well, you have to believe in him for you to be saved. So is he your Lord and Savior? No. And it's the same thing. It's like someone going to someone and saying like, hey, have you heard of Buddha? You have to believe in Buddha. It's like, bro, what? I have to believe in God.
My belief, like my understanding as it is now, and you know, like may Allah give me like wisdom and guidance if I'm wrong, is that like the belief of Rashad Khalifa is not necessary to make it to heaven. Yani I did not speak to the man. All I have are like his hadith. You know what I mean? Like these audios and recordings that they don't mean like anything to me because like God gives you the wisdom and God gives you the knowledge and inspiration for guidance.
Actually, I think the bigger problem is if Rashad is not a messenger, you would detach yourself from the guidance when someone proves to you that he was problematic. Then you are kind of, how can I say, no, I have to believe it because I would be in trouble if I didn't. But it's like proven to you he made significant errors. Then at this point, you're actually moving away from guidance. You're moving closer to Rashad and away from God. When God is showing you in the Quran that this guy said incorrect things about God. See what I mean? It's very difficult.
But
it's very difficult.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and but like I can only speak on me personally. Is that I don't feel like, I really don't feel like that the belief like of these things are necessary. Like I believe like the Quran is sufficient when it tells me like, okay, believe in God, lead a righteous life, and believe in the hereafter. Like worship God alone with no partners.
Right, exactly.
You know,
that's it.
Like, this takfiri mentality that comes like from, no, it doesn't. It's not in the Quran either to takfir people. To my knowledge, like it says to debate in the best possible manner.
There is times where you do takfir on a person when the person is showing clear signs of hypocrisy or the person admits that he's a kafir, pretty much. And then there's times where people are worshiping idols. Where it's like وَلَمَّا تَبَيَّنَهُ إِنَّهُ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ. So when it's been present to him, or it's like it was shown to Abraham that his dad is the people of the fire, that's when he left him. He didn't sit there and say like, you're a kafir, your blood is halal. No, he left him. Right? So this is how it goes when kufr is present. But with those individuals, the thing is, no, a Christian in this day and age who's a Unitarian Christian that has heard of Muhammad and heard the Quran, but yet stuck to his ways and stuck to Christianity and was a good person, God in the Quran promises him heaven. Despite him being ungrateful for God sending the messenger, Muhammad, and not believing Muhammad, it does not mean that he's going to hell. It means that his heaven, that could have been a lot better, he sacrificed part of his heaven for his beliefs. But it doesn't mean that he's going to hell. And it's the same thing with these people. I don't need to accept Rashad as a messenger. And if he was a messenger, then I would have taken a chunk out of my heaven, provided I die after 40.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I wanted to ask you another thing. Masalan, last night I got into a conversation, well, more like an argument debate with my cousin, about the usage of hadith and navigating like a personal family life with my my beliefs in Quran alone. Has been very
problematic.
Yeah. I sent a message in the Telegram, then I saw you were doing the live, so I hopped on. So I was kind of wondering, like, how you like how do you navigate like your beliefs with your family?
The only people I'm responsible for is my mom and dad. So despite us not saying eye to eye at all, okay, I still talk to them in respect. When Ramadan comes around, Ramadan Mubarak, he comes, Na'ad alaykum, saha wal afiyah. That's it. That's as far as I go. They want to talk to me. What are you doing? I'm doing that. That's it. But I don't go out of my way. And if they need anything, they don't really tell me, but I'll be there. As for my cousins and my sisters and my brothers and them, I tell them my belief, and they themselves don't want to interact with me. I don't care. Like, quite simply, I'm very content with my Lord that I don't care. And it's gonna sound weird, and I don't want to make it about myself. I'm okay with not even being married in this world because of how much I care about my God's promise. This worldly age is 10 minutes. At the end of the day, it's gonna feel like a few hours or 10 minutes or a few hours, right? So what's the point of chasing that stuff here? I'm gonna have it forever. I'm gonna have a family. I'm gonna have my friends. I'm gonna have people where they are. Well, I never get hurt. Where we will never argue about petty things. Where they won't steal from me. They won't lie to me. They won't play me. They won't bully me. They won't make fun of me. So that's where I want to be right now. I just need to finish my task and give. I want to go to my God on the day of judgment. Say, hey God, this is what I did. It's on a platter. I did it for you. Please accept it. That's it. That's all I'm doing now. That's all.
Actually, bro. Yeah. I agree. There's not much more I can add to that.
It hurts, brother. I know it hurts when you want certain acceptance from certain family members, especially your parents. You want to show them that you are, and that you found something that shows that you have an intellect and God is guiding you and you have some wisdom. But because they don't see it, they look down upon you and it hurts you. I very understand this. But you always have to remember, it's they're in trouble, not you. So you shouldn't be hurt that they're not accepting you. You should be hurt that they're not accepting the message. So you try to make their life as easy as possible and you ask for intercession. That's what I do.
I relate this to the story of Moses and his teacher, where he drilled the hole in the boat. He repaired the wall for the children. And he's like, why did you do these things? Why did you do these things? And he didn't know the wisdom behind it. He didn't know what was going on.
Right.
And he, Allahu Alam, for like anything that happens to you for any reason. You know, like there's always like a purpose, like behind everything that goes on. It's very intentional.
I mean, you have Abraham as well. Abraham left his dad so he doesn't upset his dad, even though his dad is a mushrik, and he asked for forgiveness one time and he moved on. What's the point? These people are not going to matter to you on the day of judgment. Your wife, your kids, your mom, your dad, your best friend, Muhammad, the prophet, Jesus, the prophet, on the day of judgment, when you're standing, they're not going to matter to you. You want nothing to do with anyone. It's just you, man. Like, everyone leave me alone. I don't know. You don't want anyone. You run away from people. That's the reality. On the day of judgment, they don't matter to you. It's just you and God. You just want that entrance to heaven. So right now, they might feel something to you, but it's not what the reality is. That's where you get to the next level.
Like I've started to take like my deen like a lot more serious, and like I don't know if it's like an age thing. Yani like I have my own family now. Alhamdulillah, but now it's it requires a lot of flexibility.
Yes,
and there's a lot of like navigating. Like I don't want to say I've become like more liberal, that's, and I've become more
accepting.
Well, accepting, right? And just, some things might not work your way right now. It's for a reason. Trust the process. Allah knows my intentions.
Mesh, there's something that I say often. I don't know if you heard it. So it's not. We are all when we become believers, we try to be idealistic, but idealistic doesn't work, because ideally we want everybody in the world to believe, but realistically, God said that it's not the case. Ideally, we want the community to be one community. Realistically, it's going to keep trying to become a cancer and divide. So what we do is we do what we can realistically. You have your family. Your wife might not see the world the same way you do, but you realistically have to tolerate, love her, and show her the compassion and what God has ordered her right upon you. And as God says that even some of your kids can turn out to be enemies, but you still have to forgive and show mercy, and you work with them, because that's how God wants us to act ideally. But you have to also remember that we're here in the reality, the realistically.
One thing I've been doing is a thought exercise, and like it's like it involves the remembrance of God. And when it comes to like trials and tribulations, there's always something like for example, let's say the steak in my fridge went bad. Okay, I can say Alhamdulillah, at least there's steak that I can go buy at the grocery store. Right. It's not like I just lost, if something like my car got a flat tire, like Alhamdulillah, at least I have a car that I can take to work and do whatever I need. And anything that you think is like a fitna could also be like a blessing in disguise. Like say you got late for something, like something held you up and you're going to be late to work. Allahu Alam, you might have been in a car accident. If you left on time. Yes.
There's a verse that saying exactly what you said. There's a verse that says anything good is from God. Anything bad is from yourself. And everything is from God. Yeah. So when you're seeing something bad, it's because you're seeing it bad. But if you look at it from the eyes of God, there's goodness in it. Even if it's like you feel like you're getting punished, I'm glad that God caused this accident for me, because I did this incident 2 days ago, and I'd rather take my punishment now and not my punishment on the day of judgment. Alhamdulillah.
It's like, alhamdulillah. I mean, it's like the story of like Solomon and his horses. He became so infatuated with his horses that he'd rather get rid of them.
Right.
So he doesn't get distracted. And alhamdulillah for the Quran, because it gives us like so many examples of like the Nabiin and the Rasul. Like we know that they've made errors. That's like they get back on track, and God let's say with the story of Yusuf, right? Or was it Yusuf? Yeah, Yusuf. He got thrown in jail. And he was arrogant when he called out to the lord of one of his inmates to release him. God punished him and developed his character so that when he was able to take the responsibility of becoming the treasurer of Egypt. And
I might not see it this way. He was telling the man to go to his lord, but he was not recognizing him as a lord. But the guy was calling him his lord. But I know that point of view, and some people saying that he got punished for saying that. I think it's just because God says the devil made him forget.
I need to look at but my understanding was that we thus punished him or sentenced him a few years longer. I mean, those details are no okay. I see. Like it's okay. Like it's like it's not. There's no.
I see your point of view, though. I see your point. Yeah. It's not. It's a way of seeing the verses. But yeah, he was tested in the jail, so that's definitely true.
I mean, it's even I use the example of separating from that server and those people. I have Rasim figure from how much I argue with these people by Zionism and Quran
This is crazy. I can't believe that that's the level that they got. Well, it's not all of them. We can't say all of them, but there's one particular event of person that he's the prominent guy. He can't stop talking about it sometimes.
Yeah, and when you mentioned you believe in Code 9, especially in that space, like the first thing that comes up like is that like he ruined like everything for like everyone. You have to like reteach, like re-explain yourself. Masalan, when I came into the Telegram and this and that, I was like, hey, like, you know, like I hold these beliefs, but like I'm not like I'm not a takfiri, I'm not like extreme about it.
Hey,
And
the reason why I have to put Rashad in my crosshair is because of that individual. He's the one person that ruined it for everybody. I did not make videos. I did not sit there. I defended him twice as well. In my shorts, I have 2 shorts defending that man. And then he took a hit. No, I'll take everything that you love away from you, bro.
it's a Yahudi, it's a Huon tactic that they like to do, like so like straight out of the playbook.
Exactly.
Even like our we have a masjid in Toronto, and alhamdulillah everything was fine. No, he doesn't own it. He had the Wahed Saabto Jay, like sorry, one of his friends came and he like started like infesting, like he got on the khutbah rotation, and then he started using the sermon platform to target individuals, and then like the masjid split. Now it's just like the extremists there. Everyone else they do their Jummahs like another, like they do them together. That community, like that masjid and those group of people have been disenfranchised. You know, like
and that's usually how it goes. I can show you the video where the girl is saying, like one of the really staunch followers of Rashad, she's saying like, hey, it's getting dangerous. Like, Rashad, you're making errors. And anytime someone is trying to point out your error, all they say is you're a kafir, you're a kafir, you're a kafir, you're a disbeliever. I think you know which video I'm talking about.
I think I think I know which one.
Susan or Susie or something like
that. There's like been a few like outright people. Yeah. But I think that same woman was like talking about like sacrificing her blood for. I don't like the Rashad like is honestly such a small part of like. He's like practically irrelevant. Like I'm not even gonna teach my kids about Rashad. You know what I mean?
They have nothing to do with the Quran, Habibi.
Yeah, like
it really doesn't. You can show him code 19 and not even mention Rashad.
Yeah,
because it's God's miracle to Muhammad. It's whoever discovered it. If I'm gonna sit and show them the verses about how an embroidery is created in the Quran, I don't need to sit and say the name of the scientist who discovered it.
No, exactly, and I agree. I think that I use this translation. I like the translation best. I also I'll listen to other translations. I'll go through like the Arabic, like alhamdulillah, like I'm working on my Arabic to get to the point where like I can read and write like 100% one day, inshallah. So it's like one thing I learned, like one thing, like it's a journey, and like we're gonna make mistakes, we're gonna fall and stumble. If the prophets and have stumbled, so are we. So just be forgiving of ourselves. Mashi, I don't want to take too much of your time.
No, it's okay, brother Majid. I appreciate you coming by. Alhamdulillah, that was good. I do have some other people, so thank you for being considerate.
Yallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Peace, brother.
Peace.
Okay, so I did have a question I wanted to answer. Muhammad from Zach. Zach always asks me questions, and unfortunately, he's still in his position. Do you believe Muslims can enter hell temporarily? No. Whoever enters hell, it's in like forever. God says in chapter 3 that, did you see those that were given a portion of the book? When they're invited to the book of God to judge between them, they turn away, right? They turn away and them like arrogantly or not happy, right? They turn away and them not happy about it. That's because they said that the fire will not touch us except a few days, and their religion enticed them with something that is not true. That is like, it's a lie. Whoever enters hell, it's in it forever. ألم تر إلى الذين أوتوا نصيبا من الكتاب يدعون إلى كتاب الله ليحكم بينهم ثم يتولى فريق منهم وهم معرضون ذلك بأنهم قالوا لن تمسنا النار إلا أيام معدودات وغرهم في دينهم ما كانوا يفترون. So I'll get you the verses, the exact verses, which what you're explaining, which is what your doctrine, Sahel, you're next, which is what your doctrine keeps teaching people, which is not the case at all. It's in chapter 13. And it is verse We're going to put it on the screen for you. 23. Have you not considered those who were given a portion of the book being invited to the book of God in order to judge between them? But a group of them turned away while they are avoiding. That is because they said the fire will not touch us except for a limited numbers of days. But they are deluded in their religion by what they have been fabricating. God multiple times in the Quran tells you that if you entered hell, it's forever. It's forever. Don't enter hell. Sorry, Shuluni. I will. God bless you, bro. I love you, man. I'm very happy that your family gets to stay together under these weird circumstances that we're calling world politics. Apparently, they want to start a little scruffle with a certain country in the middle, certain country in Central Asia. Starts with Ir and ends with An. Jeez, Sahil. How are you, bro?
Assalamualaikum. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's up, brother?
Thank you. Just a second. I just need to fix my.
Are you recording me?
No. I'm just
I'm just kidding.
fixing with my headphones.
The thing is recorded on YouTube, bro.
Yeah, no need there. Yeah. No, yeah, thank you. It's my first time in your channel. I
God
just
bless you.
been in YouTube and try to talk to, because I've been on some of the Dawah voice streams, like others, and I've been like blocked from there because of where I stand in my understanding. I'm Muslim, but they don't consider me Muslim because of certain things, some certain understanding. And by chance, I came in your channel because I thought a friend of me recommended me to talk to you. So here I am.
Welcome, bro. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just saying welcome. Sorry, I muted my mic. It's just because I get feedback on my mic or my headphones. But yeah, so how can I help you? But wait, I want to ask, are you going to ask me a question, or are you going to tell me about your interpretation about certain things?
It's depending, because I don't know from where to start, because it's just a little bit I know about your channel, but what I understand, like you're a Quranist, right? Because you don't accept Hadith.
Yeah, but oops, I made a mistake. Sorry. Yes, but we don't use that term. I'm not a Quranist. I'm a person who's a believer, and they call us Quranists. But yeah, enough for me is the Hadith. Enough for me is the best of Hadith.
All right, okay. So yeah, we can start, because for me, like if we take it back, like since I think past 2 years, for me, I have like a couple of problems with accepting lots of Hadith. And I've been like doing some of my research. Like it's not research, but it's more like I've been reading, trying to like go from the Quran and like check the tafsir and hadiths. So where like I come, like I couldn't really accept lots of hadiths from different reasons. And when I tried to like talk to these other Dawah guys, probably these channels, the Dawah Voice and others, they don't let me talk there. So what I feel like in your channel, maybe we can discuss, because I think you would understand what I'm trying to speak about, instead of like being calling a mushrik or kafir because of not accepting some of the things.
Okay, so can you please quickly tell me what is the topic that you want to talk about? Don't try to lead me through verses. Just tell me that this is the conclusion. Like, for example, some people will come to me and try to lead me through verses, and then the conclusion is like, Jesus has a dad. Just start with this. Just be like, Jesus has a dad. I don't want. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. But hit me with it.
Yeah, I want to like get a better understanding from you how you see on the Quran, because what I've come to the conclusion right now, it can be like I even are starting to doubt if the Quran are word of the God. So like that's my stand today. And
okay, so you're doubting whether the Quran is the word of God, that it came from God.
Yeah, because you see, when I did my research on the hadiths, and when it comes to so now I'm trying to understand the Quran better, and that's where my doubts are also coming, even in the Quran.
Tell me a doubt.
Like there's like two thoughts, because what I believe, like some of the messages in the Quran, I have how to understand it, like accept it. But I have also seen some mistakes in Quran from my understanding. I'm not saying
Give me a doubt or give me a mistake. Give me something substantial so that I
course,
can
of
see
course,
what you're
of
going through. You're giving me now like a few things on my plate, but you haven't let me taste anything.
Yeah, just a second, because I can just give you. If you know,
Is it the one in regards to inheritance?
No. Just
Okay,
a
thank
second.
God.
Like, you know, chapter 3, verse 45.
Chapter 3, verse 45. So let's put that up together. Chapter 3, verse 45. Boom. Okay, share this
And
screen.
let me see. And chapter 19, verse 17.
Okay, 1 second. So
Oh,
chapter what's the other one?
Sorry. No, it was not that. Just a second. I have it.
So here is when the angel said, "O Mary, indeed God gives you a good news of a word from him, whose name will be the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary,
Yeah.
prominent in the world and the hereafter and among those nearby."
I'm just going to it.
Yeah,
I have it. No. You see, if you start with this, there are like.
What's the second verse, please?
It's chapter 19 and 17.
Chapter 19, 17.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the chapter, but because I have the screenshot,
Yes.
the verse.
All right. Go ahead.
You have it in front of you, because because you see, in these both verses, there's one place it's talking about angels, and the other verse it's talking about angel. So it's a different. You see the mistake here.
Correct. So 1 second. One second. All right. So here, this in 45, and here, share this tab. This is saying, and she took a partition other than them, then we sent our spirit to her, and it appeared to her as a normal human, right? So first, she could have been given the blessing, right? So, hey, Mary, you're going to have a son. His name is Jesus, and he is going to be prominent in the world and the hereafter and among those nearby. That's what the angel said to her, right?
Sorry, just a second. What translation are you reading? Because the wording I have, I follow like the common Quran.com. It's easier.
No. I'm using the greatquran.com. The problem with those translations that you're reading, they're not being very precise with the Arabic. Here, the word in this verse here, the one in chapter 3, the word malaika was used, which means angels. Okay?
All right.
But in chapter 19, here, it says ruhana, which means our spirit. It's not an angel anymore. Well, he has the responsibility of an angel, which means he has like a power, but it's not the same event. So what I understand from here is God sent the angels that are telling Mary the future. And then Mary later, she took a partition away from her people, and then a man appeared to her, which was the spirit, which was Gabriel. And he said, hey, you're about to have that child. And she goes, well, how am I going to have a child when no man touched me? He goes, don't worry, no one's going to touch you. And then he just blew in her. He went inside her. And then she got pregnant. Over here, at the beginning here, the one that you're seeing here, this is the same time when they were talking to Zechariah. And Zechariah had a son before Mary, from what we understand from the children of Israel. But this is not necessary for you to know that here. Just from the Quran alone, you can clearly see here, this is called the tabshir, which means this is just foretelling or foretiding, right? And then there's also a verse where God states that Mary believed in the words of her God. So she believed that she was going to get Jesus the Messiah, but that happened later in her life, after she was already told. The way that we know that it's Gabriel, okay, so someone's asking a question, God says that نَفَخْنَا فِيهَا وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدْسِ. So we supported him with the sacred or the Holy Spirit, the sacred spirit or the Holy Spirit. وَنَفَخْنَا فِيهَا مِنْ رُوحِنَا. The ruhina here, again, is the same spirit, right? So to me, the spirit, the Ruh al-Qudus, is exactly what was in Jesus, and that's who was presented to Mary. And that's the same spirit that spoke to Muhammad. أنزلنا عليك الروح.
Just a second, man. Because the wording you bring me, I didn't catch up there. But what we understand, like it's always the angels visited. It's always one angel because, like, if you don't check the Quran, like all the tellings, it's only one angel who visited Mary, not many.
No. Here in this Quran, it's angels. And angels also visited Zechariah a little earlier in the same verses.
But
yes.
Okay. So you're meaning that.
But they were together. So they were together. So you could see this. So you could see this when you go into the same chapter. Sorry, I don't want to disrespect you. I want to show you on the screen as well. There we go. So if we go back to chapter 3, he goes like this. So they were together. Zechariah entered the sanctum. He entered a place of worship where Mary was there. And he said, "Oh, Mary, how did you get this stuff?" She said, "It was from God. Indeed, God provides from whom he wills." So she had some sustenance. And she said that God gave it to me, right? There, Zechariah asked his God. So he's still in the same place while Mary's next to him. He said, "Lord, grant me a good offering from you. Indeed, you are the hero of invocation." So he's with her in this place of worship. And then the angels called him while he was standing in prayer in the sanctum. So it's the same sanctum that he was talking to Zechariah. The angels spoke to him, and the angels spoke to Mary. "Oh, Mary," the angel said to Zechariah first, and then to Mary, "Oh, Mary, indeed God has chosen you and purified you and chosen you over the women of the world," right? "Mary, be obedient to your Lord and prostrate and bow down with those who bow down." And then here as well, it says like this is now talking about Prophet Muhammad. This is just a side note about Prophet Muhammad. But then it goes back to the exact same story. And the angels carry on and said, "Oh, Mary, indeed God gives you good news." And then in chapter 19, we know from here that Mary left her people, right? She left her people, right? She retreated away from her family and left the mihrab later, right? And then she took away a partition away from them so that they can't see her anymore. She's just chilling by herself. Then at that point, a singular spirit showed up as a man in front of her. When the angels were speaking to her, does not mean that she was seeing the angels. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, I understand now. It's a different time frame. Then,
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't check the context. Okay. Because
So that's one doubt. That's one doubt. That's one doubt and mistake. We solved
Yeah.
that one.
Great.
But brother, I'm going to tell you this because I know the book is from God, and I know God makes the challenge that if it wasn't from God, you'll find a lot of contradictions or a lot of discrepancies within it. As you see, we solved this first discrepancy. Nothing that you are going to present to me is not going to be solvable. Okay?
Of course. No, that's why that's what I'm trying to tell you, because I'm trying to talk to someone other, like with the more knowledge, but you don't get the chance to even talk, you say, because if you just start with your doubting, they won't let you
No,
talk.
I know that's dumb. That's not how
Yes.
life is. Yeah. So that's not how life is at all. So we need to obviously be okay with people having like questions and doubts and answer them instead of trying to push them away. It's not wrong. There's an answer, but they need to be presented the answer. So if they don't like the answer, then that's a different story. But if they are willing to accept the answer, then they understand how we reach the answer. Now, Brother Sahel, I do have to end my stream. It's been very long. YouTube doesn't like that. So I have one more person. If you want, you can add me on Telegram, and I can help you walk you through some other ones as well.
All right. Yeah, because I just saw your stream. It was going live, so I
Yes.
could join you next time, of course.
Sure.
But can you write me in private chat your Telegram?
Yeah, so it's the same name as my channel. I'm just going to write it here.
Yeah.
So this is my Telegram. You can send me a message, and when I can, I'll try to answer some more of your doubts. Okay, brother?
Which day you're to be live? Like, was it Fridays or?
I'm going to be alive a little bit more now. I'm going to start. I have these streams where I challenge people for them to come challenge my position, and then they get destroyed on live. It's pretty cool. I'm going to start those streams again, and every Friday. I'm usually on every Friday. I don't usually allow people to come up on the stage, but today was pretty good. Don't end, bro. I have to end, Peanut. I need to eat.
All right. Okay. Thanks. We'll speak next time. No problem.
God bless you. Peace.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, nobody tells Zypher he's here.
I'm here.
What's up, Zypher? Your mic is a little bit.
First off, I just want to say, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Okay. I'm
Thank you so much for this channel and everything that you do, because to be honest with you, I was ready to leave Islam. I converted 2 years ago, and these hadiths were so nonsensical, and everyone around me at the masjid was acting as if it was like it made sense, and I was like, who am I surrounding myself with? Like this, so I appreciate everything that you do. I just want to say that. And
God
I have
bless you.
two questions.
Okay, let's start with the second one.
Okay, so so I was watching one of your videos where you were reading off something about Jesus, right? And I was wondering, do you think that Jesus died or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
Yes,
good.
Jesus has been put to death. God uses the word tawaffahu. Tawaffahu is dying without murder. Okay, so just being put to death. So that was said. That was told to Prophet Muhammad. إِمَّا أَن نَتَوَفَّيَنَّكَ أَوْ نَرِيَنَّكَ الَّذِي نَعِدَهُ. So either we cause you to die, or we show you what we're promising them. Okay, so this was said a few times about Prophet Muhammad, and then the exact same word was used to Jesus. إِنِّي مُتَوَفِّيَكَ. I am putting you to death. I'm raising you to me.
Yeah.
And then at the end of chapter 5 as well, Jesus himself says, when you put me to death, you are the one who is watching them. So Jesus himself is admitting that he was put to death.
Well, my understanding was that the Jews were saying in boast that they killed the
killed him.
Messiah, and then
Right.
Allah is basically saying, no, you didn't kill the Messiah. I took Jesus up. You didn't kill him. You may think you did, but you didn't. I thought that's where Jesus died, and then Allah raised him.
Well, that's what I meant. There's two words in Arabic that can signify someone dying. Qutila, which means he was killed. Tawaffa, right? They were both equal mat. Mat means he's dead. Qutila famat. So he was killed, so he died. Tawaffa famat. So he was put to death, so he's died, kind of thing. So here the word choice is very important. The Jews said qatalnahu, like salabnahu, or like qutila, qatalna. So we killed him. But God's saying, no, you didn't kill him. I just caused him to die. There was no killing involved. You guys did not kill him, nor did you put him up on a cross. None of that. So that's what God is saying to the Jews at that point. But Jesus has and God says that every soul is going to taste death. So he tasted his death, and there's no point for Jesus to come back. But what's he going to come back and do?
Well,
fight a boogeyman in the sky?
For the day of judgment, right?
He does come back on the day of judgment, so does everybody else. And that's when he's going to say his story. But if he's going to come back on earth, what's he going to do? So the Christians have the idea that he's going to establish the kingdom of God and the kingdom to come, and he's going to kill the Antichrist and all of this. But what's the kingdom of God? Heaven. Okay, so you can't have heaven on earth, so it doesn't make sense. So that story's already done. And now when you come to the Muslim side, oh, he's going to kill the Dajjal, he's going to kill the Dajjal, and then what? And then they give you this utopia on earth, which the Quran says it's impossible. So they'll say like everybody becomes rich, but God says that if everyone on the earth, if wealth was easy on earth, then everybody would fight each other, like they would go against each other. So that's why like it's not easy to make money on the world. And here they say everyone's going to be rich and it's going to be peaceful. Okay, so you just went against what Quran said.
Is that all you got time for, or
was that? No, you got one more question. You said you get 2 questions. I asked you the second one, so now you can ask the first one.
Okay, cool. Man, I'm gonna flip in another, but I'll just stick to the 2 questions. What do you think about this quote unquote Muslim dilemma where apparently the Quran says that the previous scriptures weren't like from God and they're good, and apparently what do you think about that? Because apparently there's about to be this big movement of they're gonna go over the Quran and try to I don't know. Yeah, have you heard of the Muslim dilemma or the Islamic dilemma?
It's very easy. It's super easy. The Sunnis don't understand what God is saying about the Gospels and the Torah. God is telling the people of the Gospel to judge with the Gospel, and they will see within it the truth. If someone follows the Torah in this day and age, okay, he will have enough guidance for him to understand his Lord, but there will be some impurities. So he cannot get as close as to God as somebody who's following the Quran. Now God is telling you that yes, people have wrote things that they shouldn't have wrote. and there were some manipulation. But you can't take something that's 100% true and then change it 100%. No, you're going to change a little bit of the truth and you're going to conceal a little bit of the truth. And that's why God said the Quran. The Quran supersedes these books. So if someone comes to me and says that, hey, in the Bible, it says that Aaron built the golden calf that the children of Israel worshipped, I say, no, God said that that was an error in transmission, not from God to Moses, but from the people to people after Moses. Okay? So now I'll say, no, it was a Samaritan. It wasn't the prophet of God building a golden calf. And then the guy has to accept it or not. But if he wants to go around and say that Aaron built the golden calf, the story is still the same. Don't idol worship. Like the children of Israel, after they got the blessings from God, they idol worship. Don't do that. That's the exact same lesson. So no, God is clearly telling us that there's truth in those books, that we should judge in those books. And when I read those books, I come closer to what the Quran is telling me. So I understand the story of Joseph and his brother Benjamin better. How do I know his name is Benjamin? It's not from the Quran, it's from the Bible. Okay, but is that necessary for my guidance? No. But is it necessary if I'm debating the children of Israel? Yes. It is very necessary because we're going to talk about the story of Joseph and Benjamin. I would rather use the Torah and the Gospels and the Psalms as a secondary way of showing people what guidance is instead of Hadith. But they want me to use the Quran as a lens to filter the Hadith. But you can't do that with the Bible. That makes no sense. I have the story of Job in the Bible. It's very important to me because it explains to me what Job has been going through in the Quran. It makes more sense to me. I have the story of Dhul Qarnayn. It's literally written in the Bible, where Prophet Daniel is talking about it. And God talks about, like, God clearly states this: the Torah, the Injil, and what was brought down to you from your Lord. So when the prophets came, they came with many books. So obviously I'm going to do it. And God is confirming it. I don't need to follow it. I need to believe in it. Is there some problems? Yes. The Quran fixes them. It's simple. So there's no dilemma. It's just a misunderstanding from Sunnis that just say you have to believe in a prophet or you go to hell, which is incomplete. It's incorrect.
Well, I don't know if we're going to see like a big shift to Quran-only Muslims because people
you will.
You think so?
Oh, 100%, especially in the Middle East.
But people have such a strong tie to like their culture and what they were brought up believing that they can't like shake it most of the time, it seems like. And they take offense if you try to speak against it, you know?
Okay, so I wanted this guy to put his comment publicly. But look, in West, there's going to be a lag, there's going to be a thing, and their understanding of what the Quran alone community is much different than what the Middle East will approach as. So now there's a big shift in the Middle East. There's a huge, huge, huge shift where there is a separation from state and mosque. And the many people who are talking against this mosque, they're going as Quran alone. They're saying, like, we're not pondering about the Quran a lot. You guys are saying a lot of nonsense. And there's been a big debate, a big, huge debate in the Middle East in regards to these specific topics. I don't speak that classical Arabic in a way for me to present it in the way that I can do it in English. So I sit and talk with the Western world, and I'm trying to also incorporate some things to the Arab world. But there's people with millions of subscribers, millions, okay, in the Quran alone. There's a guy, he went on to a podcast. He's a doctor from Qatar, a doctor, okay? He's also a teacher, a professor in a university. He went on a podcast that has 1.2 million subscribers. And within 10 days, he gained 3 million views on a video that's talking about the pondering and the importance of the Quran, and no other book, every other book is tasteless after it. And the people who are commenting on his video are people goes like, hey man, I lead prayers in the mosque and I'm going to say some of the stuff that you said here because it's extremely true. So the people in the West, the problem is these dawah guys, they're trying to present a very extremist, very diluted version of what Sunnism is, which is what we're taking advantage of. But in the Middle East, it's not existent. These stuff that they talk about is not existent. I can't go into a girl in the street and say like, hey, you're wearing perfume, so you're a whore or you're a zania. What? Like in Lebanon or Syria or Levant or Jordan, people will be like, what are you smoking, bro? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, you have to eat with your right hand. No, bro, that's kind of weird. I'm going to eat with a spoon because eating with my hand is like, My mom, who prays 5 times a day, she will not sit at a table where people are eating with their hands because she finds it extremely gross. But that's a sunnah, akhi. That's a sunnah, akhi. My mom will care. No, it's not sunnah. It's about cleanliness. God told you to be clean. See, so it's like a lot of the nonsense that they say is just Pakistani version of Islam being pounded in UK and in America to a certain extreme in America.
Inshallah. It has. Real quick, because my faith depends on it. I'm looking for any source that says I'm looking for like a source that, or like a historical source, but I can't find it, where the Jews claim that Ezra was the son of God. This is the main thing I'm struggling with.
So when they're saying that Ezra is the son of God, they're talking about the specific example that was being presented to the prophet. Now, for me to run off the same example, I don't need to talk about Ezra. You know who I can talk about? David, which he has the name Al-Aziz as well, which means like the prominent. So people can read it as Azir, and some people can read it as Aziz, which Aziz means is someone who is close, like a mighty person, right? So do they call David the son of God?
Yeah.
In the Psalms, David is called the son of God, which is the same crime. Do you know about Banu Elohim?
No.
Have you ever heard of the thing called Banu Elohim? I'm going to show you it. Okay, here it is. This is a Jewish concept. Okay, it's right here on the screen in front of you. Called the sons of God. Okay, biblical Hebrew, literally, the sons of Elohim is a phrase used in the Tanakh or the Old Testament and in Christian apocrypha. Yada help. This phrase is also used in the Kabbalah, where Banu Elohim are part of different Jewish angelic hierarchy. So they use the word sons of God. You see that?
Okay.
The sons of God are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, Genesis 6:1-4. See what I'm saying? The book of Psalms referred to God delivering judgment among the gods and causing them to fall for their sin. As God declares that you may be sons, you all of the Most High. So these are the things that they've written down, which is like, okay, the Quran says, nope, that's not what God said. That's what you guys said. Because they want to use.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't
Sorry.
have to
Interpret that as it's saying Ezra. It says something else. You said it could say something else.
No. So God is presenting to you examples in the Quran. God says in this Quran, we have hit an example for all things. So when it's specific for example, when God is talking about the battle of Badr for Prophet Muhammad, and in that battle, certain events happen. These battles as well, I mean, these events can happen in other battles, but I would reference this example that God gave me in the Quran. So in the example of Jews giving somebody the name Son of God, in the tribes that were around the Prophet, from what we understand, some of them were saying the word Ezra is the Son of God. This does not necessitate that that's what those people that you're seeing as Jews now having that same faith. But God gave us an example that they were doing it, right? So we can even go as far as people saying that John Smith is being called the Son of God. God didn't say anything about that, but now we have Christians that are putting John Smith on a certain level where he shouldn't be, right? Or like Paul the Apostate is an apostle. You're saying you're a Muslim, but anyways. Yeah, I apologize. I know this is things that you have to deal with because I believe that you have a lot of Christians around you, if I'm not mistaken.
my family, but
I don't live with my family anymore, but yeah.
Yeah,
and I'm very a little prideful with it. Like I have it as my license plate on my car and everything. Like, it doesn't bother me. So.
Okay, so yeah, so that's what I mean. So like it's just an example back then where those people were saying Ezra. But in this day and age, we have the exact same example as David. So God didn't make a mistake. God was talking to what is pertaining to the prophet for it to be an example to mankind. So if I go around and someone comes to me and says, hey, like Shiva, the Hindu, whatever, he's a daughter or son of God, I can go apply the exact same thing that was being said there to them and be like, hey, you guys, who's your main god in Hinduism? It's Ram or whatever his name is. Okay, so these guys can't be sons or daughters because you'll destroy them. So why would he need a son or daughter? It doesn't go that way. It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. See, so you could use the same arguments and the same examples with other people. So I hope that answers the question.
it does.
Well, salam. I don't want to keep you. I appreciate everything you do again. Thank you so
God bless
much.
you, Zafir.
See you later. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Peace, man. Bessie, you have 5 minutes. You say what you need to do, and then I have to go. And then Bessie. Maggie. God bless you, Maggie. God bless you, and I appreciate it. Peace be upon you. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for everybody who's shown me support. I really love you guys. Help me. Bessie here is not there, so, or if he is, it's not working. I really appreciate you guys, honestly. And I don't ask for money. I want to put it out there just because some people are being weird to me. I never ask for money. I love when you guys support me because it just helps me in my purpose. And what I'm doing is trying to expose the Quran. Do I ask you for money? No. Do I appreciate your money? 100%. Would I need your money? Well, whatever you give, it becomes a need about it. And I thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. Most of the money, not most, all the money that you give me for donations, they go there. And I also take some of the YouTube donations and I also push it to the orphanage and the other projects that we do. Quite simply, and I think even my sister Yera can back up my proof. I don't spend money on myself. You guys see this? You see this thing that people make fun of me? I've been wearing this. You could go to my oldest videos. You will see this same thing. Like I have it sewn at places. I don't spend money on myself. I don't eat like the crazy extravagant things. I just work on my mission of God with the money that I'm provided. And if I don't have money, I just I'm okay with ramen noodles. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like but God has made it amazing for me. And you guys have definitely paid for for my pizzas. And God bless you. Like, God bless you. God, I'll tell you. Like I got a payment maybe 3 weeks ago, and I dedicated that money that was supposed to last me for like a month and a half. And it was not money from like donations or anything, but I dedicated the whole thing to go to Uganda again and to recover the land that was stolen from us, which was donations. And because I put my hand in God's hand, He helped me out, and I was able to recover the land. And I recovered about what would be 22 million. 22 million. 22. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. UGX to USD. So I recovered about $6,000. 2,000 of which was the money that was donated to me, and 4,000 that was donated to another charity, which they used to buy this land, and some guy stole it. I was able to pressure him, play with his head, learn some stuff from Joseph, and we recovered the land. Now it's given to an actual, we given it to an actual orphan. But you see, the money that was like intended that I was supposed to live off, I just went right away and put it in the mission of God. So I really appreciate when you guys give me money. And thank you very much. Look at this guy. Zach, I need you to calm down on the sugar, bro.
It's a fair
No, not at all. 1 second. Loud noises, bro.
Wait. No, better?
No, say something.
Better?
Yeah, that's better. I had to fix it.
Better?
Yeah,
I hope you can hear me well.
I can hear you well, but I had to turn your mic down till 5%, 20%. Your mic is down at
I'm sorry.
15%.
It's the first time I'm sorry.
That's all good.
Salam, brother. I hope you are well. I wanted to ask you something about the topic of evolution. Before the guy tried to pose the question many times, and I posted something about devolution. That's, I think, what I personally believe.
Devolution,
yes. Devolution, exactly. And I wanted to ask you, can you show with the Quran evidence for evolution?
Yes. So this is where my evolution comes in play. It's from this verse here. I don't know if Baba Shuaib is capturing in the translation, but I will say it in Arabic, and I will give you the translation that I understand.
Okay.
ألم يروا كيف يبدأ الله الخلق ثم يعيده إن ذلك على الله يسير. Okay, so do you not see how God initiates the creation and then he repeats it? Indeed, this is easy for God. So God is talking about the first life and then the second life. He creates the life first on this world, and then he's going to repeat it later, and it's easy for God. And then God is giving us a challenge. This is now on earth. Travel on earth and observe how he initiated the creation, right? قل سيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف بدأ الخلق. So go in the land and witness how he began creation. ثم الله ينشأ النشأة الآخرة. Then God will produce the final image. إن الله على كل شيء قدير. For me and many people, this verse is alluding to the concept of evolution. So you start with something where God said that this is how he began creation, and then he's producing the final image. So it's like, how is it going to be in its final position? That's how it is. Now, for me, is devolution truth? I could understand why, but I wouldn't call it devolution, but rather it's like withering away. So, for example, what I understand as evolution is growth on a very, very, very long time period. So something is growing into a final image, right? So a child evolves into a man over a long time, 80 years, 20 years, 30 years.
Okay.
He starts as a cell and he's slowly growing and evolving. He's changing. His hands are growing bigger. He's getting more features. He's getting more capabilities, and his brain is developing more, which is a form of evolution, in my opinion. A plant starts with something like this, and then it starts becoming a big tree with wood in it, and all these plants and all these things coming out of it, which is also a form of evolution. It's just very quick evolution. And I think it's the same thing that's happening on a very long scale. Now, I think Adam was outside of the scope of evolution. I think around Adam, there was Homo sapiens, which was, they looked like us, they ate like us, they acted like us, but they have no spirit. They had no soul inside them. They had spirits, but they didn't have a soul inside them. So God, from the dirt, he creates Adam and he creates Eve. And in Adam, he breathes a spirit inside him, and he becomes alive. But this creature now is outside of what the world was already producing. So this is why the children of Adam, as they say even in the Torah, that when Cain kills Abel, he runs to a tribe. What tribe? If they were just supposed to have sex and incest and make more kids, what tribe is there? Where is Cain running to? Who are these people who he's running to? So the kids of Adam wouldn't have had sex with their mother. They would have had sex with these Homo sapiens that were that were just understanding how the human is thinking, and they were trying to understand the human better. But they would have had the same body, they would have had the same mind, they would have been the same makeup. It's just one of them has a human soul.
Short question: what were the number of the verses again?
The number of the verse that I gave you was 29, 20.
29, 20.
20.
Okay. Thank you.
And there's another one. There's another one.
Sure.
Yes, there's one where it talks about the evolution that we understand from. I'm just gonna put a verse number. No, it can't be 520. There's no surah of 520 Muhammad. 1 second, sorry guys. So we're gonna go to verse 21, and I'm just gonna put a random one, and then I'm gonna look for water. Water. Okay, so here's another one. I don't know if you can see the verse. No, you can't because it's not on the screen. Here we go. Boom.
21:20.
21:30.
30. Okay, thank you.
Right. So God says, or those who have disbelieved not considered that the heavens and the earth were patched up, and we tore them apart, which sounds like the Big Bang Theory. And we made everything living from water. So everything that's living in front of you came from water. In evolution, they say that everything started in water and it slowly came on land.
Can I now show you my standpoint on the topic of devolution? Because why I think that humans are practically devolving instead of evolving. Because I think there is room for microevolution, changing in a little scale. But in the large scale, I think is that we are devolving, because Noah itself got very old, for example, which means people back in the day were very old. And now people are less younger and younger and younger and die very much earlier. And I will show a verse in the Quran where it says, which pretty much the pattern often repeats. For example, Surah 50:36.
Sorry, one second. Can you repeat the verse? And sorry, my good brother Shirleoni said something. I might not be good with the actual technical terms, brother. Maybe you're saying the terms a little bit more accurate than me, but yes, there was other human hominoids that are present where they were able to mate with, so there was no incest. And can you now give me the verses, my good brother?
Of course, 50:36.
50:36. And I did post something. I did put one of the, like, a very quick thing where there was something that's called the Mohammedanian theory of evolution, right? And I can show you a document where the man is proving that Charles Darwin was influenced by early Islamic scholars who were talking about the theory of evolution, where Charles Darwin took it, and he took it in a very dirty way, right? But the early Islamic generations that did not have the concepts of hadith and all this nonsense, they had no problem talking about the theory of evolution. And in fact, the person who is said that he was the first person to talk about said theory, which is the Jahizi, was a prominent hadith rejecter. Okay, so this is the verse that you gave me. Sorry, man.
Okay, because the thing is, because why I say this is that I see this pattern very much often in the Quran with 50:36, with how many generations we destroyed that we are stronger than you. And the thing is that I myself think, also if you look at the topic of many things, for example, be it language, because language, it gets more simplified and simplified, and also about the topic of the Egypt with the pyramids, how they created them. Is that they had possibilities and knowledge how to build the pyramids. Even with today's technology, it would be very difficult. What I want to say, an example, is that evolution is not science, because at the end, when you have science is like a book where everyone can put a page in it. And for example, from the beginning of humanity, everyone got a discovery and put it in that book of knowledge. And you could theoretically, I know it's a bit extreme example, you could put a monkey with some tools, or a stupid guy, I don't want to be offensive, with tools, and let him do all time for many years some random things. And it may be that he gets, by coincidence, he gets some knowledge. And with that, he would automatically put a page in the book of science. Especially if you think that many scientific discoveries are based on accidents. For example, the most notable would be Newton's apple on the head, for example.
Sorry, say that last little part. What's the example?
Newton's apple on the head, where many people say that he got the inspiration with gravity, etc.
Yes. So you're saying that this is...
That would be my idea. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I have seen in the Quran, in that places some evidence for devolution, and I wanted to ask you from the Quran evidence for evolution. That interested me.
See, I never considered the concept of devolution, but I do understand what you mean, where the Quran does say that we are becoming weaker as people, like they were able to sustain more than us. They seem to be able to interact with the cosmos a lot more than us. That's like the shortest I can say. I do believe that they had different technology, which we just can't accept for them to have, which I believe they had. But these are all very subjective. So this is why these topics I don't really open or do videos about, because one, I'm not a very good scientist. in that regards. I'm a computer scientist, but you did give me something new to look into, which is devolution. But I do believe evolution does exist, kind of clear, and to me these kind of concepts, it shows that how capable my Lord is. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, I don't want to hold you longer on. I just wanted to finish this conversation with some words. Everything you all heard about me, verify it for yourself. Don't take it for word because I might be wrong.
Yep. So guys, this is not financial advice. This is just him telling you about his trades. And my brother Mehdi here, he wants me to ask you if you read Ernest Mayr. He was a prominent German zoologist, and discusses the sporadic nature of evolution. Modern discoveries also support this. So he's giving you a good book, Ernest Mayr.
Then I say thank you to Brother Mehdi.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Then I say thank you very much for your time, and I hope. Thank you also, and everyone else who's watching, a nice evening.
All right. Wait, before you go, just give my audience, give our brothers and sisters here an outro. I gotta go.
Outro? Yeah, I don't know what to start. Yeah, in that case,
just kidding. All right, bro. I appreciate you, Bessie, and thank you very much for your private
no
messages.
problem. Thank you for your time. Then
And,
nice evening. Good night.
Thank you, and thank you again for giving me something new to look into. I really do appreciate it, and I love when you guys join and give me your honest perspectives and not try to teach me the Quran.
Also, thank you for the process.
God bless you. Right.
God bless you too. Salam.
Peace. Salam. Salam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we do it. Today's been an interesting day again. I haven't had a stream like this for a while. I hope you guys like the new setup. Remember Pete and Penny, they require water. I think they need water. I'm gonna get them no, water's fine. I'm gonna get them a little bit of bigger pot, some more, gonna get them growing, you know. God told us to take care of some of God told us to take care of the world. So these things are incredible. Watch them. Do you know that like even music affects these plants? Isn't that amazing to know that noise and frequencies affect these living creatures? And I do feel bad because I did take a bite out of where did I take a bite off? Took a bite right here off Pete. Sorry. So appreciate you guys coming through. Remember, if I'm gonna pray chapter 107. And may God bless you guys, and see you next week, inshallah. I have a few videos in the barrel, as they say, you know, and then we're gonna try to shoot off. And may God bless you all. Thank you very much. Yes, Lady K, water the plants. Yeah, and they even communicate with each other. Isn't that nuts? I have to. God bless you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who joined the panel and had a nice discussion. Bessie, thank you. Sahel, thank you. Man, I'm really bad with names. Zephyr, thank you, Zephyr. Majdi, I think it was Majdi. Thank you, Majdi. And we also had the brother at the very beginning, Theodore. Thank you very much as well. We had a brother at the very beginning. Yo, how can I forget Yo? Thank you very much, guys. God bless you. And I will be catching up to those as well. I'm having a little bit more time now that Ramadan's over. We're gonna get back to fighting mode, and we're gonna do a little bit more of the Quranic remedies. We're gonna do a lot of things, yeah. God bless you all. Peace be upon you. Alhamdulillah. God bless you all.